We lost it, Lisa.
I think it was Liz that was doing it.
Lisa, you good? Okay, I'm gonna let folks in. Good morning, and thank you for joining us for the DBHDS Family Support Partners Readiness Training for CSB Supervisors, Day 2. I am Liz Fillman with the Virginia Tech Richmond Center, and we are delighted to be providing the virtual conference management and technical support. At this time, I'll cover just a few housekeeping items. This is a Zoom meeting, so your cameras and microphones are fully functional. Please be sure to keep your microphone muted during the main sessions, but feel free to unmute them in the breakout rooms. Camera on or off is your choice, but know that it is easier for the presenters if they can see you while they talk. We invite you to make use of the chat to ask questions and share your insights. If you should need technical assistance, please reach out to myself or my colleague for assistance. Look for our names that have the VT at the end and send a private message as needed. There are 2 things that you will need to do in order to receive a certificate for continuing education for this program. You will need to make sure that the name that is showing in your Zoom box is the name with which you registered, and complete an evaluation at the end of today. Please note that this session is being recorded, so it will be made available for viewing at a later date by DBHDS. Thanks again for joining us today. And now I'd like to turn it over to Millie Sweeney and Cristy Corbin, who will lead the rest of the day.
Thanks, Liz. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you had a good evening after we left yesterday. Wanted to start off this morning by finding out if there are any questions, any thoughts, anything that came up based on the information we discussed yesterday, the strategies, the activities, the discussion. Today we're going to launch into some more detailed things, but want to give the chance just to reflect back on yesterday. Anything come up? Anything you thought about? I like that, Kim. Thank you. Good to have another person from Tennessee here. Yes. No thoughts? Was there anything from yesterday that really resonated with you, that you found really helpful? Because that helps us in how we can craft ongoing technical assistance and information.
This is Carla. All the information was helpful to me, especially the breakout with the chart. I will provide some support to FSPs in Region 4 in the form of education and a peer check-in to connect the FSPs we have. So it was helpful for me to hear what other areas were doing in regards to their FSPs as well.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. It is important that you guys keep in touch with each other. I'm sure you have like regular meetings or regular information that goes out to all of the organizations, but if it was, you know, something that you're struggling with and you saw that somebody else already had this established, I mean, you should talk to each other. You should share strategies. It's really good. So the importance of understanding the role. Yes, that's why we spent so much time on that yesterday. Because if you don't have that foundation, then you're going to flounder in other areas until there's a good understanding. And it's also hard to explain something if you don't have a full understanding of it yourself. Anything else came up from yesterday? I'm glad that you found the workplace culture assessment helpful. That is something that is part of our parent peer support practice model that we use in the supervisor training. The important thing is you're probably going to be the champion in your organization for this. So it's good that you have plenty of tools in your tool belt. Okay. Well, as we go through today, we're really going to focus on program operations and different aspects of that. We have less slides today than we had yesterday. And so that means that we're going to have more opportunities for discussion. So I encourage everyone to really use the chat and to feel free to ask questions. If you've been on Zoom, as we all have, because a lot of us are Zoomified at this point, there are reactions at the bottom. Well, that's where my dashboard is. But there's a little smiley face with a plus. It says reactions that you can do different sort of things. Like I just put a heart on mine. There is also under that the raise hand feature. And so even if I am sharing my screen, I can see that raise hand feature and be able to say, oh, somebody has a question. And then, of course, you know, we can go back and forth in the chat as well. But I encourage you to ask questions. This is for you. We want to make sure that we're covering what we have down, but also what you need. So please feel free to speak up. I feel that both Cristy and I are approachable. Cristy may get a little bristly sometimes. We love her anyway. So feel free to speak up. Okay. I'm going to share my screen and we will get started. All right, here we go. Okay, so today we're going to dive into operations and elements for making this work, including some tips on supervision. We're going to cover 4 basic areas: clarity, enroll, and program structure. And it's different than what we talked about yesterday. Yesterday, we really talked about understanding the role, understanding the purpose, understanding what authentic parent-peer support looks like. You know, it is that lived experience workforce. But this is role and program structure. We're getting to the program level, not necessarily the organizational level. So we're getting down to the day in, day out things that are done. Recruiting and hiring is the second section we're going to take a look at. And we do have some examples of interview questions that will be sent out as resources. I do have them minimized on my screen, so if we want to look at them, I can pull them up so we can take a look and see if there's any questions. The Alliance from Illinois has given us permission to share some of the things that they use. They have a great process for interviewing, and it's one that I highlight when I work in different states. The third is effective supervision and support. We'll also be able to give you some strategies and some tips and tools there. And then we're going to cover special circumstances that you run into with this particular workforce. So that's our agenda for the day. We do have 2 breaks set out. I've already asked for people to remind me when it's time to do those. But if you are feeling the need for a break, if it's too much information and you just need a second, use the raise hand feature, or just say, hey, a break would be good now. Or individually, if you need more coffee, go get it, take a bio break, whatever you need to do for yourself. As we did yesterday, got a couple questions for you as we start. I know we have a lot of the same people, but I want to make sure that I'm aware of the roles that people are playing here. So before we begin, I'd like to do some poll questions. So I think, there we go. So the first one is, which best describes your role? I didn't know if we had any peer support providers or family support partners, as you call them in Virginia, or clinicians. How many supervisors, program managers? Are you part of the management team? Are you a county or state level representative? I did see Pam on here, so I know what her role is. And then the second one is, how familiar are you with the functions and operations of peer support providers? It's the same choice as yesterday. Not familiar at all, you're ready to learn. Somewhat familiar, you've got questions. Very familiar, you're ready to share some strategies. So we can launch the poll. Not seeing any answers come in. Are you guys seeing it?
Yeah, we're up to, for question 1, about 33 folks have responded.
Oh, I guess I'm not seeing them as they come in. Maybe I'm not listed as a co-host, I don't know.
We're at about 35 folks have responded. So if you'd like me to end it, I'm happy to do that. And then you'll be able to see the results.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I think that's probably. So we don't have any peer support providers. Maybe a clinician or 2, definitely supervisors and program managers. Yes, and administrators. This is the information that you need. This is the group that should be here. And so we have a good mixture of not familiar and somewhat familiar. So I think that we're going to touch on things today that you really need. This is an ongoing learning process. So today is not the end all be all. There will be, and Cristy and I were just talking before everybody joined us, that there should be some other trainings that follow this, with diving down into documentation, for example. So that is okay. Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to start with our first section. Clarity, enroll, and program structure. So a critical step in preparing to offer parent peer support services is to clarify roles and establish that structure for the service and the support that's going to be provided through this program that you're developing. Ensuring that roles are clearly defined, both programmatically and within the organization, which is what we talked about yesterday. Where do they fit? Can facilitate incorporation of peer staff and family-driven care in daily operations and overall vision and mission of your agency. Regardless of what type of other services an organization provides, operating a parent peer support program requires advanced planning. As we said yesterday, you've really got to assess a lot of different areas of your infrastructure. And that's to ensure that the program is a central piece of the organization and that the values driving the program are consistent through the agency. Remember the big question I asked yesterday that you need to ask yourselves and other people in your organization need to ask. Do we see parents as part of the solution? Because that is a value that needs to be woven through everything you do in this area and other areas to be truly family driven. So consider the following in clarifying roles and responsibilities and for parent peer support providers. We mentioned these a couple of times yesterday. What role will they play? Are there gaps that they're filling, that you see in the community and in services? What tasks are they going to engage in? Have you thought about what their responsibilities are and how they collaborate with others in the organization and other programs? How are they going to support other team members? And then how are they going to be supported? And that is by other programs as well as in supervision. And you need to think about that ahead of time. Understanding the organizational structure that hosts the parent peer support program allows agency staff to identify where it has a natural fit. And it's those changes that we talked about yesterday. Thinking now from a programmatic standpoint, how does that program fit in? How will it be communicating with others? How will it be doing reporting and sharing outcomes? So think about that. Think about how they will interface with others. It might even be helpful to develop a flow chart, which is something that I've seen be pretty effective to illustrate how it operates as part of the overall organization and programmatically. That can map how a parent peer support provider interfaces with the different facets of your organization, especially when you're working with clinical staff who are serving the same family, to make sure that you're on the same page. That can go awry pretty easily. Usually within an organization, you're sharing the same EHR. This is an example. One of our programs had people from actually different organizations in the same office, but they were sharing an EHR. And in the actual operations and the services to the family, the clinical person that was working in the home and the parent peer support provider that were working in the home, they would put notes into the same, they're working with the same family, so they would put the notes into the system. And in those notes, when they were on the same page, they were talking about each other in the family's record. That the family could see that anytime. And if it was my record and I look in there and what I see is mental health specialist did what they were supposed to, but the parent peer support provider didn't follow through. Or the parent peer support provider says mental health specialist didn't show up and isn't addressing the right behaviors. Please. That's internal stuff. That's stuff that you deal with as a team, that you plan for how you're going to deal with. It should never, ever show up in a family's record or when you're working with a family. So that's just an example of how that can go awry. I love shared documentation. I think it makes it clear. I think it's transparent to those that we're serving, but you need to have some parameters and some training around it so that people use it appropriately. It is the family story. It's not yours. The program structure should be laid out. Their role needs to be very clearly documented. A program manual is really what I recommend that you do for every program that you have. And that manual needs to lay out from referral to discharge. How does this program run? Who's doing what? You can have, well, your data collection should definitely be in there. You need to think about how data will be collected at what points, and that needs to be built into the program manual. If you think about when you buy a piece of furniture that you have to put together, you know, everything's numbered, everything's labeled, and you go through one step at a time. That's how you should lay this out in a manual. It's good for you. It's good for your team. It's good for other program managers. And as you go to expand it and you want funding, it is a wonderful thing to show a potential funder. This is how our program works. And it shows that you got it together and that you have a plan. So having that in a program manual is fantastic. You want to make sure that it's very clear exactly what their role is. If they are interfacing with others in the organization, one of the things that you can do is pull those programs together. So you're doing high fidelity wraparound, a number of people are. You go through wraparound training. There is training for the care coordinators. There's training for the peer support providers. I wonder, do you ever look at what each person does side by side? You know, a column, this is the care coordinator. A column, this is what the parent peer support provider does. And in the middle, there are things they should be sharing. There are things they should be doing together. And if you lay that out for any program they're going to interface in, you will be clarifying roles. You will be setting up equity and respect between different people that will be working and supporting families together. You will have people that are not stepping on each other's toes. Case management. If you offer case management services and they also get a parent peer support provider, there can be crossover if you don't discuss it. If you don't say, if the case manager is involved, they will do this, parent peer support provider will do this. And then depending on who best clicks with the family, you know, there may be some shared tasks they either do together or they decide individually, hey, you're going to do the strengths and needs this time because they really seem to click with you. And I'm just going to be here to see if, you know, if I notice anything that maybe you didn't. You know, it sets up teamwork, and that's what you want to do from the beginning. You want everyone in your organization to see your parent peer support providers as part of the team, as part of the full service array. We did talk yesterday a little bit about, you know, what you collect and how you are, you know, some tools that are used, and they were part of the resources. I wanted to show some of those. I'm just making sure. Yeah, I wanted to show some of those just real quickly. I have them minimized on my screen. Just a second. Okay, this is one of the things that you got, data collection, what to collect, what tools you might want to use, and some helpful strategies. With this particular type of service and with this workforce, you want to look at functionality. Clinical outcomes are important, but this is not a clinical role. And what this role supports is increased functionality, increased resilience, increased ability to navigate, increased capacity of the caregiver to be able to do these things. So you're looking at individual outcomes for the child, more like improved academics and school attendance, improved behavior at home, communication changes, involvement in pro-social activities, and a decreased involvement in negative activities or interactions with peers who are bad influence. You want to look at increase in skills, coping, self-regulation, communication, problem solving, and you may have some clinical tools that capture some of those things, and that's fantastic. Stick with it. For the family, though, you want to look at these things that are in the right column. Are they communicating better? Do they have more knowledge? Is there an increase in skills? Do they have now a expanded support network, formal and informal? Do they feel connected? One of the things that we've heard from the system of care evaluation, one of the biggest outcomes from the parent peer support piece and from people working together is that families who once felt isolated from their communities now feel part of their community. So think about that for a minute. If you're living in a community, but you don't feel like you're part of it, how lonely is that? How not hopeful is that? And then to have those connections build back up again, you're laying the foundation for continued resiliency and improvement, which is what you want to do. There should be an increase in appropriate supports and services, and they should be connected sooner, because a parent peer support provider can help that family identify what works and what doesn't work for them. And so you don't have to go through this, oh, let's try that, let's try this. You might be able to get to that quicker. Unfortunately, our systems often require that our families fail up before they can get what they need. If you have a family that needs intensive in-home, they usually have to try all these other things first. It's a disservice to our families. If that's what they need, they can get to better outcomes better and be able to reduce their use of higher end services if you start with where they need. So that's something to talk about your funders and your systems. And then of course the ability to navigate systems. Program data, you want to be capturing these things. You do have this set of slides as a resource. It's a PDF. Matter of fact, everything I have up here you should have. Program data, you want to keep up with referral sources and methods. That's how you expand. If you see that you're getting referrals from child welfare, it's time to have a discussion with child welfare about how you could assign someone there, how you could be working with particular groups that come through that system. Parent peer support providers can play a very, very important role in preventing kids from going into custody, in stabilizing where they are in custody, and then helping them reach some type of permanency, return back home, or transitioning out to a stable young adult situation. Enrollee satisfaction, of course, you want to look at different things for continuous quality improvement, the time between referral and enrollment. And these are also things that Medicaid is going to do when you're billing Medicaid and a lot of other funders. Length of intervention or expected number of visits. With parent peer support, 4 to 6 months is really good. There are some programs that will go a year. If they're involved in high fidelity wraparound, you're going to have some different time frames. But that's kind of the common thing, because you don't want to be there forever. You're not wanting them to be reliant on you. You want to look at your streamlining your paperwork. Are you getting a lot of complaints about, wow, we had to fill out, 3 reams of paper to get into the program? You want to fix that. Costs for comparison. One of the most effective things I ever did in building and expanding the parent peer support programs, we had like 3 programs, and by the time I left, we had between 17 and 19. And we had parent peer support in every single program. I looked at the costs and I'm like, this is what it costs for us to serve a child in the community. This is what it costs when you put a child into custody. And I said, and we're serving your kids, give us 10. We'll serve them. And then you just need to reinvest that money back in so we can have another 2. And so we ended up with contracts in our DCS regions, our Department of Children's Services regions across the state. And we expanded. Think about longitudinally. How could you check back in on maintenance of skills? Are they keeping up with those connections? Have they changed? How are they doing? How would they rate themselves now compared to when they discharged? This can be time consuming. This can be, you can make it as in-depth or as simple as possible. One of the strategies I've seen work is to have someone who did not work with that family to call them and go through a quick survey. Everyone is pretty savvy at this point with SurveyMonkey. Sending out a quick SurveyMonkey with just a couple of questions. The things, and we're going to go through tools here in just a second, the things that tend to be used with this particular type of service are kind of pre and post things and checking in on knowledge and, that sort of thing. What really worked? What are you still using? It's those type of questions. These are the common tools that are used to collect data. And what you have in your resource packet is you have all these laid out and kind of expanded here with a description. But it's pre and post surveys. And make sure you do that for training and for groups too. Focus groups, discussion groups are also very helpful. Here in Tennessee, they started doing listening sessions in their system of care work, where once a year they would go to every site and host listening sessions with the families and the youth. Have dinner, coffee, whatever, and they would have targeted questions to ask them about the services they were receiving. And it was extremely effective. They were able to tweak things and to be able to expand some of their services based on that information. The CANs, the FANs, the Family Empowerment Scale, the Factor Survey. I spoke yesterday about the Caregiver Strain Questionnaire. And even the CAFAS is one that's commonly used with caregiver support, looking at those individual things. But it is one, with the CAFAS, you have to be a clinician to use it. These you do not have to be. But the CAFAS, I cannot remove that. Some strategies when you're thinking about building this into your program and how it's structured is start with what you need to collect and how you're going to use it. So your funders are going to require certain things. Start there. But the best way to collect the information is pull together some family members and say, what's important? What should we be collecting? What would you expect out of quality peer support? What would it look like? And use that information. One of the things that we don't do in research right now is we don't ask families what's important to them. We say, hey, we're going to research this. We're going to evaluate that. And often it's not what's important to families. It's great that my child is not as depressed, but it's even better for me that my child is up and going to school. That's how I know my kids get better. That's what's important. Infuse data collection into the flow of your work. Build it into your EHR. Build it into your process. Have it listed as a step in your program manual when this happens, where it goes, how it's used. Make your database work for you. If you use codes for particular activities, make sure they are consistent for parent peer support, that they fit parent peer support. They're not clinical codes. Make sure you have the fields that you need that you want to pull reports from, both for supervision, for reporting to funders, and for CQI. 3 areas that you want to think about your reporting. Think about why you document things. There should be a purpose to it. It shouldn't just be because, oh, we've always done it this way. And what are the guidelines and training around documenting? Peer support providers get into this work to help other families, not to write things down. It's just the truth. It's not their favorite part of doing this. And it's those areas you have to keep coming back around and retraining on and watching in supervision. But make sure that documentation has a purpose. Don't just put things out there because you think you're going to need it. And be willing to tweak it and streamline to try to work smarter, not harder. Do check-ins as part of supervision. Is that the data that's being collected, is it accurate? Is it efficient? Is it in on time? Because all of that when you pull reports is very important. As a supervisor, I would meet with each staff person twice a month. And that second one was always looking at records. And I would run reports ahead of time. So I had them right there to look at. and be able to, say, hey, you're missing some progress notes or something like that. And they were prepared for it. We built it in. Vary options for and methods of data collection. Talk to whoever is close by in the secondary education world. Interns, those that are beginning to build their career, they love to help with data collection. They love to help you with those things. And as a matter of fact, it can give them hours that they need toward their degree. So think about not just the parent peer support provider collecting information, but how can you deepen your understanding through data collection by having somebody else help out. Use peers as evaluators for follow-up. We had, in our very first system care grant, we hired family members to do the data collection. And we had something like 85 or 90% retention in that longitudinal study, across 18 months. And it was unheard of at that time. And it's because our family members knew how to find it. And they built that relationship with them as data collectors. They stayed within their role, but they had the rapport, just like you do when you're doing peer support. And again, engage youth and families in identifying what's important to them. And once you gather that data, bring it back to them. Have a feedback loop. There is nothing worse than being asked your opinion, asked for your input, and then having no idea what happens after that and not seeing any change. Have that feedback loop. They can help you share that data. They can help you say, this is helpful, this is not helpful. They can help you grow this program. So that's data collection. Any questions on that? Any question about program manuals? How many of you do that now? I do have examples. They're proprietary to FREDLA, but should there need to be some type of additional training on that, I might be able to or provide some consultation about what should go in there. Kathy, do what specifically? What do you mean?
You asked the question of does everyone do that? And I just didn't know exactly what you meant.
Do you have program manuals now? Do you develop program manuals?
We are in the process of developing it. We're kind of building it as we go, to be honest.
Yeah, it might be good. You do have some expertise right there in the form of Cristy, just to have her take a look at it. What goes, because Cristy, you built that for your previous organization. And I'm sure your current one as well. So there's some opportunities to talk about that, how it's laid out. And my team said it was one of the best things they had when they first started, that and shadowing. Just throwing that in. To look back and say, okay, I can clearly see that these are the steps I go through when I'm working with family. And here are the associated documentation. I included in there a tickler sheet on when things were due. There was a list of our electronic record used activity codes. And so I had a list of those in kind of when they fell into when you're working with families, description, so you would know what code to use. So there's lots of information out there and consultation about how you put that together. Anything about this before we move to the next section? Like your cup, Cristy? Okay. Recruiting and hiring. This is our next section, and I want to really make sure that we are meeting you where you are with the challenges that you may have. So we are going to do another Jamboard. And the link was just put in, thank you, Lisa, for putting that in the chat box. So if you will go to that, it should be the link to edit. I made sure of that this morning. So this has 2 pages to it, and we're going to use the sticky note again on the left side right here, the sticky note for you to write on. I'm curious about what successful strategies have you had thus far, or you've seen in recruiting and hiring peer support providers? Is it where you recruit? Is it your job description? Is it your hiring process? What are some successful strategies? I'll start us off by putting the most successful one in recruitment. Recruiting through word of mouth. Parents talk to each other, good and bad. So that is one of the main recruiting strategies that you will have once you post something. Look within the agency. Yes. Those are untapped pearls within your organization who would love to use their lived experience. Stealing peers from other programs. You know, it's successful. Hiring within the agency and word of mouth. Being clear regarding the the requirements and the qualifications, because you will have people who are like, that sounds like the coolest job, and they'll apply and they have no lived experience. And then what you have is a care coordinator, a case manager. You do not have a peer support provider, even if they get it, even if they understand, even if they value parents as equal partners. If they don't have the lived experience of walking it, living it, it's not authentic peer support. Using great scenarios. Yes. We also have a site. I'm guessing that is a website that has information. Reasonable salary. I'm going to bump that up and say sustainable salary. One that people can live with. More than a living wage, it needs to be a housing wage. You think about what it costs to run a house. VACSB to advertise. I don't know what that is.
It's the Virginia Community Service Board organization. And so people can go there to look at what's open across the state in every CSB, what jobs are available.
Mm-hmm. Great. Cristy, it looks like you've been giving out some pretty good resources too. Anything else that has worked? Over in the chat, need sufficient funding to secure a position, otherwise it's transient. Yes, and that can be scary to hire on to something that may quit, may end. Not sure what that was. Provide permanent positions. Don't understand how to use the sticky note. Okay. If you're on here, whoever put that one in, over here on the left-hand side is your menu fully. Here is the sticky note menu. You just click on that. You're able to type in whatever you need to. Recruiting from previous service recipients is the other strategy. Once you type that in, you just click save and it shows up. And then you can click outside, it goes away, or you can hit cancel. And then you can move it wherever you want to. So I hope that was helpful. And yes, you can definitely ask a question. That's Sarah. Go ahead, Sarah. Oh goodness, when you unmute, all we're getting is static. I'm not sure why that happens.
Can she use the chat? It would be better. I'm not sure what's going on with her audio.
Yeah. Yeah, you might need to use the chat, Sarah, or you can also call in if the number was given to call in and then mute yourself on your computer. It's another way to do it. Have an accurate job posting. So Sarah, if you're able to type that into the chat. Recruiting families critically served and graduated, yes. Using Cristy and other CSBs who already have FSPs to help develop precision. Yep. Networking. Use the expertise you have within your state, because you do have quite a bit of that. Okay. If you ever put stealing peers, I think that's yes, it does happen. And they already know your policies and procedures. Using your EHR, recruiting from diverse groups, agencies, absolutely. So if you are looking to serve more of those that are in the Hispanic community, if here in Nashville, we have the largest Kurdish population in the United States. So we have some cultural centers. And I worked with a Kurdish family before, and I went to them to learn how best to support this family, you know, culturally, and because I did not know. And that's also a place to recruit a parent peer support provider, because then you're bringing in that cultural knowledge. They'll have a cultural broker. The Hispanic community, you know, hiring bilingual staff is so important. And so if you can partner with your cultural centers, you might be able to also recruit from there. Sarah, were you able to connect?
She's putting information in the chat to me. I had done a private message, and so her concern is about funding. And where she works, the city is requiring funding up front for a position, and the funding that they've currently received isn't enough to stabilize the peer recovery specialist program that they have, as well as family support partner program. So they're kind of stuck, I think, with the funding piece for their area, and then how it all works together.
Yeah, that happens whenever you are trying to build a program. Sometimes you start with part-time, you know, and a limited number of families that you're serving until you can build into that. Also, you can have the same service that's funded in different ways. You know, you may have enough funding to do a half-time person from education, you know, looking beyond your county, your city, but actually looking at those systems, if they're willing to do a contract with you, and then make sure that you're capturing that. I mean, setting up your timesheets so that they have percentages of time. You can have a full-time person who works with families in the same way, but their funding's coming from different streams, and it's pieced together. We have our Parent Peer Support Institute, FREDLA's Institute, coming up next month. I think the link was in the chat yesterday. But on the third day, one of the workshops is, it's called The Price is Right, Building Sustainable Rates for Parent Peer Support. And there's going to be some information shared by Deborah Harberger from University of Maryland School of Social Work, Institute for Innovation and Implementation, who knows this inside and out. So I'm going to make myself a note that, because I know not everybody's going to make it, I encourage you to go to the Institute, obviously. But if there are some resources shared there, I will bring those back and get those to Cristy so that she can disseminate that, and hopefully that will help. Cristy, could you add that to the parking lot? Okay, before we move to the next one, develop a clear and transparent explanation of the position or job posted. Yes. Where do you guys stand on posting salaries? Huge topic for workforce right now. It's an area where you should be transparent. Also, you know, if it is a grant, a lot of parents get into this work, you know, they're just stepping back into the workforce and they're fine with a part-time or they're fine with a time limited job, you know, knowing that you're trying to grow it, but you may not be able to. So just don't let that frighten you by having to put that out. Just have a very transparent conversation and be clear. I am trying to get more funding for this, and I'm working with people to get resources around doing that and having conversations. We post a range based on many other. Yes, that's a good idea.
Hi, this is Sarah. I'm sorry that took me.
Yay, you got through.
But I think it's as an exec, I think it's an important thing for us to get up front, because we can have our build of peer recovery support services has been exceptionally successful. Don't get me wrong. But we have patchwork quilted this across SOAR money and one-time funds for several years now. The challenge, I think, that needs to be understood is that for local governments to put a position up that provides a permanent position with insurance, which is the way that you fully support folks, because we can always bring people in as temps, but it's not fair. So in order for us to post a position to provide equity and a livable wage, the state is going to have to front fund this. And then we can build onto, through the years, an ability to start billing for us. But if there's not an appropriate investment up front, we can't get started in a way that's appropriate. And we have done this on the backs of other grants and taken money from other places and integrated peers and different grants for 6 years now. And if we're really going to do this, and now we're going to add a brand new type of peer support for the family support, which I think is great, is that we have to be respected enough not to have to piecemeal this anymore. And I think that's what I'm trying to say. It's not just me. This is local government. You can't ask your local government to give you money for something new unless it went through the full budget process. And the only way to get a position on the table is to have the money available. So at least to get you started for the first year. And I think that's just what sometimes folks miss. If they don't understand Virginia local government, or if they're not part of what the execs have to do is establishing funding and positions. So I really just wanted to get that out there, because we're not trying to be fussy, but we want to be realistic.
Yes. So you make some very, very valid points. And it's if this is going to take off in all areas of Virginia, there has to be an all-in mindset. There has to be, we know this works. We've been building this foundation for a while. We need to fully commit to it. We need to fully commit to it as not a pilot, as a rollout. And so you commit to 2 years at least, fully funding those things with the idea that you will have a group that is working on sustaining that and building other funding sources that you're able to. Medicaid will never cover everything that a parent care support provider does. So I try to encourage organizations not to put all their eggs in that basket. It's an important piece of it, but there are some things, until we do some more advocacy at the national level, and we're working on it, there are some things that are critical in parent care support, those collateral, those non-in-person communications, and that are with others that are working with this family, not directly with the family, that are a huge part of this. Being in the same place at the same time with other providers in the family, like in wraparound, having team meetings, everyone should be paid to be at that meeting. So there are a number of things that need to be corrected up in CMS and Medicaid.
So thank you. I appreciate the attention to it, because I think we can do all this and get super excited about it today. And then if we get stuck, I think it's problematic. So our Step Virginia money, we do appreciate, but to Step Virginia money for peer support and family support partners is not even enough to cover our current peer programs. And that's what it was supposed to stabilize. And then, but we're required to provide family support with that money, which means carving out a portion of a position with just a tiny bit of money. And it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating. And yeah, so over the years, we can we subsidize peer support with billing, maybe a little bit, right? But you're going to need cash on the table to keep that going. Okay,
Yeah.
So I'm going to get off the phone again. I appreciate your time and listening. I just think it's important that everybody understands the operational barriers we have, even if we really want to do this.
Yes. If you have the opportunity to go to the Parent Peer Support Institute, which there's a fee to that, but also the System of Care Summit, the registration will be coming out next week. There will be some sustainability workshops, information, resources, connections, discussions that will be happening that can be very helpful. As well as just, I encourage you guys in Virginia, start talking about that now and start doing some, if you can't use the term advocacy, some education around what it takes to make this happen. We are, as soon as it's ready, I will send you the new infographic that we have that has all of the research thus far behind parent peer support and how it has a positive impact on each system, each level of the system. That's something that you can take to funders for this conversation. So thank you for bringing that up, Sarah.
Hey, Millie, I just wanted to step in and just say that if folks want to let me know, like if we can fund training around, specialized training on any of these subjects too. I mean, we have workforce development funds. So if you want to send me feedback about specific training that might help with some of these situations, like what's going to be in the workshop with the Parent Institute, like if people can't go to that, maybe we could contract with someone to come into the state and just do it for the state.
I could connect you with Deborah to do that, and they may actually have a grant to do it. But
yeah, I just would need to know, like, what do people want? Like what would you like to see in training?
Okay. This brings us right to the next question, which at the top of the Jamboard, you want to go to the next frame. And this is the challenges in recruitment and hiring. So we just heard one big one is that you are having to advertise for a job that you may not be able to sustain. So that's a big challenge in recruitment, because that will turn some people off. So that's a big one. What other challenges do you have right now in recruiting and hiring? Is it where to go? Is it being able to assess readiness to do this work? Because it's not passing a test. I know lots of people that can pass a test that are not ready to do this work. And I also know people who would be fantastic in doing this and they cannot test well. Or I saw barrier crimes just popped up, amen. Or they have something in their history that someone has decided makes them not eligible for this. And we're going to talk about that in special circumstances. Workforce in general is not very hardy. It's still an evolving new workforce. So that is true. I'm going to add barrier crimes on here. No applicants. Still receiving services. Yep. Workforce shortages. That is everywhere. We have the System of Care Summit is going to have roundtables, and there are several of them that are on workforce. And one of them is strategies about addressing the shortages. What else? Oh, good build outcomes. Yay, that's good. Lots of peers, adults, low, working with youth and families. Yeah. You know, adult peer support has been around for so long, you know, starting with the substance use arena. If you think about who runs the AA meetings, who was there supporting someone trying to get sober, it was someone who had previously dealt with their own addictions. And it started there. We now have a really good foundation for the adult peer support, and we are almost there with foundations for parent peer support, and youth peer support's coming right behind us. So that's definitely something people haven't really thought about. The cost of training may be a barrier for some. Is there a fee for training? Cristy?
Is that it depends on the training. For our high fidelity wraparound training, no, currently. For the peer recovery specialist training, could be. There are some free classes offered, and then there are others that have a cost to them. And then those are really the only two specific peer support trainings that we have right now.
Mm-hmm. Candy, I see your hand up. 1 second. Let me respond to this real quickly. One of the things I've seen work really well, several states have done, they have used their System of Care dollars for scholarships for training. Because, you know, in my home state, it's $500 a person to take competency training. So, I mean, that's something that people have done and use that for scholarships. You have to meet the criteria, and you have to be willing to become fully certified. I mean, there are, you know, parameters around it because it's not cheap, but it's building up that workforce. Candy, go ahead.
I didn't know how to put this on a sticky, but one of the problems that I think we've run into with the parent is the hours that the families need them, because they're their own caregiver. And so it's hard for them to work after kids get out of school or parents get off from work. So do you have any suggestions for that?
To do the work or to get the training?
To do the work.
So that usually works well if someone can be hired on as part-time or PRN, so that they are able to have a very flexible schedule. They also could do specialized peer support where they, if their kids are in school, they can be the one who is doing intake and information, you know, doing your warm line during the day. They can be the one that is going into the schools and doing, you know, advocacy and support and navigation through there during those hours. They can also be the one who is part of training. You know, in training program you have, they could be running groups. They also could be in the virtual space where their work with families is done at different hours virtually. There's a lot of different ways that you can use their time if you just think about it in terms of specialties, special areas, special roles. I saw somebody said their sticky notes aren't working. You might want to go out of Jamboard and then log back in. Would you want to hire someone who had committed a barrier crime? Just a question. That is a very good question. I would say if you'll hang on to that, because that is one of those special areas that we want to spend a little bit of time on. Short answer is yes. Let's see. Are going into private practice now. Okay, so most states have set up their certification with a requirement that they have to be under the supervision of someone. Or they have to be hired within a certified agency, not necessarily a licensed agency, because that's a whole other scope, but some type of, like you have supervision that meets criteria for parent peer support, whatever. There are not many states that allow this type of work to happen independently, going out and hanging a shingle, because you're talking about using your personal life in a professional way. That gets very sticky. There are so many situations you run into that are unique to this particular work that you need to bounce ideas off somebody. You need someone to provide you some structure. You need someone to back you up. And the idea of ongoing training and learning is so important for this group. So best practice is that you don't have a structure in your state that allows people to have private practice with lived experience workforce. So I don't live in Virginia, so I don't know if anyone could shed light on, does that happen now? Is that something that's allowed under certification?
I will just speak to when we recruited, there was a person calling to find out how she could get on a vendor list to, I don't know, be, an FSP partner. And I guess she would bill Medicaid because she was going to go on her own. She may have worked with Cristy in the past, maybe. But what you're saying though, I hadn't thought of it, but yeah, that makes good sense. It doesn't really seem like it's a role that would be conducive to be in a private practice. It seems like that you would want to be part of a team. You'd need to be part of a team, really.
Healthy boundaries means that you're part of a team. If you think about a clinician who's licensed and who starts their own private practice, what do they have to go through in order to establish that? They have to be under supervision for a certain amount of time. They have to be licensed. They have to renew that. They have to maintain, a certain number of hours in training. They have to be credentialed through Medicaid boards. There's renewal stuff with that. They have to have insurance. There are all these things that could be set up for this workforce. I'm not saying it couldn't be. It could be. But most people who get into this are not, they may not have the resources, or they're not in an area that has the resources for that to happen. You won't be able to charge enough to keep that up as things are right now. That could change in the future. I think this workforce can do just about anything. But I also think this is a workforce that thrives in supportive environments. So that's a little bit of my opinion and best practice and research. So a barrier crime is one that would disqualify you from being hired for a position if you have something you've been convicted of in the past.
And Virginia has the most extensive barrier crimes list in the nation. And there are multiple barrier crimes on there that are hands down cannot accept, if you've committed that crime, been convicted, all those pieces. There's a whole bunch of other ones that can be screenable. And we're going to talk about those in the special circumstances at the end today. And I've got some links in there. Jody just put a link in the chat for the barrier crimes list. Also, so you're going to get a lot of information about that, and there's a whole process for screening folks who might have a felony or some other type of conviction that could be considered to be hired by a CSB anyway. There's a process, so we'll talk through that. So there's a lot more to it, and Virginia is working on it.
Yeah, you already have a pretty comprehensive certification process that has a lot of moving parts in it. Let's see. To explain. what the FSP position itself is. It's similar to adult, but it's different. Yes. And I'm hoping that some of the information we gave yesterday can help with those discussions. But the best way to do it is to get some type of standard definition, standard role with the scope of activities that is clearly laid out in certification processes, in funding processes. Right now, what you have with the PRS, it's kind of pulling them both together, although I hear that it's a fantastic curriculum. But if it's more adult focused, there will always be kind of this blurring of those roles. Some states have had a basic training, and then they have subspecialties that you go into and you have particular training in what you're in. Like the IDD, DD population, is a whole other system to navigate. Okay, so this is helpful to know this. These are some of the things that are common across anyone who is setting up this type of program, who are hiring parent peer support providers and recruiting them. There are strategies that can be addressed for all of these. So let's talk about those now. To my PowerPoint. Okay. So as we've said before, the parent peer support provider workforce is really unique in that you are hiring them for their personal experiences as caregivers and what they themselves have gone through in getting what their children need. It's not based on a degree or a specific course of training, although training is a big piece of that, but you're not hiring them because of that. It's often a new process for organizations in terms of their procedures in recruiting and hiring and training and even retaining their staff. They have to think about it from a different perspective because you can't just go down a list and say, okay, we need a clinician. They have to be licensed. They have to be certified by Medicaid. The boards, you can't just go down and do those checklists and like, okay, you have to put a little bit more effort in and you have to think about why you're hiring them. That requires some preparation and some strategic approaches to both identify and hire those staff that are ready to do this work, that are far enough away from their journey. They can still be in it, but enough away that they could walk into a school that their child had been in the past and be able to be objective and support that family that they're walking in with. That they are able to walk into juvenile court with a family and be able to support them through that process without it being triggering anger, or toward the way that their child was treated when they were in detention. They have to be able to be ready to do this. Sorry, power surge. So some basic strategies and approaches is you want to hire for values. You want to, in your interview process, think about what values you are looking for in a parent peer support provider. Believe it or not, you need to ask, do they see parents as part of the solution? Because that is something that not everybody thinks that, including parent peer support providers. You want to ask, do they value a collaborative process? How do they feel about providers? What types of experiences have they had in working with other providers? How do you feel about that partnership, being that bridge? So you're hiring for values. Skills can be taught. And there is a lot of teaching that goes on. Remember, this is a workforce that comes to this work not having the mental health backgrounds that you would normally see in those traditional services, clinicians, case managers, that type of thing. And so training is absolutely critical. Onboarding during the time that they're working with you, ongoing professional development, all of it. This workforce, they are sponges. They love to learn, love to learn. And that I had a call yesterday with the coordinator for our practice model in Pennsylvania, and she has a group that she's training right now. And almost every day of that 5-day training, she is emailing me at night and saying, do you think we could turn this into a PDF for them to use, because they're asking for it? They just want resources and they just want to learn more. And how can they be connected with something else? And they want to extend the training 2 more days. I can't extend the training 2 more days. She said, I'm tired. But if this group can learn these skills, you want to have clear and concise qualifications and job description. I saw that in the chat. I saw that on the Jamboard. We talked about that. The most important criteria for a parent peer support provider is lived experience. That real life skill set of raising or having raised a child with behavioral health needs, of navigating those complex systems that do not talk to each other. Without lived experience, it is not peer support. Now, there are a couple of states that certify people as peer support providers without that lived experience. Thank goodness, Virginia's not one of them. It's not authentic peer support. It needs to be a thoughtful process. Your application needs to clearly ask questions that are targeted for this type of workforce. Are you willing to share your story? You would think that you wouldn't have to ask that, but I have seen applications where people are like, no, that's my private life. You're using your personal experience in a professional way with this, and this is probably not a good fit for you. We didn't call that person in for an interview. So there are things that you need to have on your application that you may not have on others, that may feel to you that it's not something you should ask. Like, do you have a disability? How old are you? You know, those things we're not supposed to ask. You have to find a way to ask some questions here, because you are hiring for lived experience, which should definitely be in the job description and anything that you put out about a position. Writing sample is something I encourage you to include in some way. It can be included. It can be combined in asking the question and having it right. And I don't mean that you're looking for legible handwriting. That was important before we had electronic health records, because you had to be able to read something that people were writing. But it's about, and I don't mean this to come across as something very flippant, but are there complete sentences? Is the grammar pretty much on track? This is an area that parent peer support providers struggle with and that they can learn, but you may have to do some support around that after they're hired. It is something that's teachable, but it's something you need to know ahead of time. Are they able to express something in writing? Are they able to put down facts? Is it in a logical order? There are lots of things that you look at in a writing sample that can tell you about a person, and that can lead to you asking more questions to make sure this is the right fit. You can combine it with a question about, tell me about a time you had to advocate for your child to get a service, and how did that turn out? You know, and have them write that. There should be a logical flow to it, because our progress notes should have a logical flow. You should have an exploration of values and interest in the job, you know, explaining what this looks like. What I have found is that when you start talking about the job, you should see an excitement come across in that person, you know, about, you mean I'm actually going to get to do this? You know, I mean, this is like a real job. And people, the passion will start coming out. You want to do more than one face-to-face interview. So how many of you going into initial interview stuttered, had a hard time finding words, probably were doing this the whole time because you were sweating and you were, you know, very nervous? You don't always put your best foot forward in that first interview. So having a series of interviews is really the most effective way. A screening on the phone, some basic criteria, come in, talk with me, you know, kind of a one-on-one type thing, then whoever they're going to be working with, and a parent who's been through that program, a youth who's been through the programs, have them be part of a group interview as a third one. So having more than one helps you get to know this person and if they're a fit. It also lets them decide if this is something they want to do. You definitely want to have like a general, and then like do some scenarios, some skills driven questions, you know, and then a group interview. I loved having team members as part of interviews because they would ask questions I wouldn't think about because I'm not out in the field here, you know, and they would ask, you know, how do you handle after you have talked with somebody? What do? Do you go home and think about it, or do you want to talk with your teammate? Because for some people, it was important to debrief afterwards. And if they were going to be working with this person on a team, they wanted to know how they handled that. They would ask, how do you handle when you're stressed? How do you handle when your child is in crisis? You know, what's the first thing? Does that throw you in crisis? Do you have a plan? You know, what's your support system look like? Things that they can ask that maybe you haven't thought of from an organizational standpoint. You want to assess for readiness. Are they ready to do this work? So you want to be clear about the flexible hours. You want to be clear about, are they on call and what does that look like? If their phone goes off after work hours, are they going to be required to answer that? And if they are, you need to compensate them for it. Are they going to have to drive? Are they going to have to do things virtually and they're scared of computers? There are things that you need to see that they're ready for. In addition to, are they ready to use their personal story? Are they ready to share that? Are you going to dissolve into tears every time you come across someone who just got into an argument with the teacher? So they have to be ready. There is a tip sheet on assessing readiness that we have as part of the resources. And it looks like this. Yes, this was done in 2016, but it still is very, very relevant. This has the importance of lived experience. It's got the minimum qualifications on it. I do want to point out here, there are a number of states that have levels of certification, because there are people who did not complete high school and haven't gotten their GED who would be fantastic peer support providers, but had to leave for some reason or other from school and didn't complete it. There are some programs that you could still hire them into, and they would be wonderful. And there are some programs that you can't. You couldn't hire them into something that's receiving Medicaid billing, because it's usually one of the Medicaid requirements that they have to have a high school diploma or a GED. So don't throw someone out because they have that. If you're able to certify them in your state, and not every state does that. I do appreciate those things. Necessary qualities and characteristics are laid out here. You know, some things you want to think about: self-awareness, self-disclosure. Are they looking and always noticing the negative and the deficits? Or do they say, you know, I would ask them, how do they operate in this particular area? Because that's a strength that we could use. You know, are they, can they find silver linings in things? Enthusiasm and passion, a team player attitude, empowers others. Willingness to learn is huge, huge. You cannot hire somebody who thinks they know it all, because they will not do well in this job, because you have to let the family lead. So there's others on here. Knowledge and skills. There's a full list of these. Here's a checklist that you can use. These things can be put into an application. Interview questions. There's a number on here. And then there are some resources that you can use, as well as we've given you some new ones. You will also get some sample interview questions. This is from the Alliance. Their pre-screening interview and their first interview questions are in this document right here.
Hey, Millie,
Yeah.
we're a few minutes over for our break. So do we want to finish up this slide and then break, or break and come back?
Yes, is everybody good with that? If we finish up this one and then we take a break?
Can you just say which the document you just showed, what was that from?
That was from the Alliance for Children and Free Youth and Families in Illinois. It's a family-run organization. It's in your, so it may not be on your resource list. It may be sent out afterwards.
Okay.
I don't have a link for it. I only have the actual documents. I take that back. It is on that page. I made a link for it. So that was sent out yesterday, but if we could, Lisa or Liz, if you wouldn't mind putting that back in the chat.
I will add the link to the resource list here in just a moment.
Awesome, thank you. So let me finish this up real quick and then we'll take a break. Diversity in staffing, you want to hire from within the communities that you're serving. So, you know, think in terms of not just race and ethnicity, but sections of town, different communities, faith-based communities, different cultural communities, this side of the tracks and that side of the tracks. You know, you want to think about diversity in staffing. And then in your recruitment, recruit from those that have received services and they're ready for that next step. One of the best ways to do that is when you're training your parent peer support providers, have them help you identify. Talk to your other clinical staff, because they'll have families they're working with who say, this mom is on the ball. You know, she, not only does she notice that, but she's also offered to help with our group. You know, those are the people that you can reach out to. Someone who may already be working in a different capacity within your organization is another place to look, who are ready to do something different. Cannot tell you how many front desk staff have turned into parent peer support providers because they just want their foot in the door, and that's how they did it initially and learned more until they were ready. You want to seek potential employees in areas where parents with this experience are most likely to be found. Your mental health provider networks, waiting rooms, websites, within school system, your parent teacher association, school bulletin boards or newsletters, pediatrician offices is a great place to do that. Not to mention you can build some relationships there for referrals. Parent networks, family-run organizations can share recruitment flyers, community center activity boards or newsletter. Former teachers, former clinicians are fantastic parent peer support providers. It gives them a chance to use their experience in a different way. Advertise through existing community channels with families. So a tip on recruitment and interviewing and hiring, you want to build in extra support so that you don't have that peer drift that Cristy was talking about. And to avoid that, you need to hire more than one person, even if they're part-time, because that way you don't have a lone person trying to make this work in your organization. Create a process group for staff where you are able to talk through things as you're building this, what's working, what's not working, and try to provide mentors. That can be do one-on-one. That can also be by starting an affinity group in your state or your community where parent peer support providers from everywhere can come and talk. There are national groups that you can do that. Communities of practice. Ohio is starting one from everybody who comes through training. They immediately are connected to the affinity group and the community of practice they're doing. So that's an idea. With that, I guess we need a break. I guess some people need a break. So let's do our 15-minute break here, and then we will come back and get into the next section. We're really moving kind of fast. So see you in 15 minutes. welcome back. Everybody have a chance to grab more coffee? There's some people still kind of returning. We are doing really well on time, but we are about to get into some pretty meaty stuff. Not that what we were just talking about wasn't important, but some of the more day-to-day, daily operation things are what we're going to be covering now. So let me make sure I can put it in the chat. There we go. Before we do this, anything from the discussion we just had? Just want to give people the opportunity if there are additional questions or something you thought about during the break. Okay. All right, so our third section, and this is one of the larger ones that we'll discuss today, effective supervision and support. We want to cover best practices. In general, best practice in supervision for this workforce is peer supervision with clinical consultation, but that's not always possible. And also the use of a developmental approach is critical in any supervision that is provided to this group. We want to go through strategies for how you can implement supervision in an effective way. And then we want to talk about the three main areas of focus: the family work, the performance, and professional development, including areas that you will need to repeat. We've mentioned this before, but it's absolutely critical for you to keep in mind that parent peer support providers are still living their lived experience. Just because you have hired someone to use their personal experience in a professional way doesn't mean that suddenly it stops. Okay, now I'm a professional, so everything's cool at home. Doesn't happen. Our kids aren't on and off switches. We can't just say, okay, you cannot have any more problems because I'm now doing this for a career. So many are still struggling with their child. They're still struggling with accessing services, or they may be struggling with their own, which often happens. It doesn't mean that they're not able to help others who are going through similar things. It doesn't mean that they are not professional, and it doesn't mean that they can't hold this position and do it. There are lots of people in your organization now that are experiencing this, and you just don't know about it. So they're holding down their jobs. They actually would probably feel a little bit better and more supported in most cases if people knew what they were doing. Having parent peer support providers could open some lines of communication and opportunities for support and for people to feel more connected to their agency that are not in this role. So there's lots of benefits to having a parent peer support program. You will need organizational policies that reflect the experience of this workforce, and we talked about that yesterday. But again, I said we'd be repeating things because it's so important to remember and be reminded of what works and works well. What happens is that you hire people in for their lived experience, but then they get penalized when that lived experience occurs. Not intentionally, but it happens. And so you have to, from the very beginning, think, I'm hiring in those who have children who have additional needs, and they're going to need to be able to address that while also being still productive on the job and meeting the targets that we have. So again, like we talked about yesterday, assess your policies and procedures. What works for this workforce is actually beneficial to all of your staff. You just don't know it yet. And remember putting that parent hat on when you're taking a look at the policies and procedures that you have, or run them by somebody. Run it by a parent. Have someone that you're working with take a look at it. Cristy has experience in doing this, and so there's someone there who you might be able to consult with. Okay. I mentioned best practice is peer supervision with access to clinical consultation. That is best practice. And what that means is that supervision is provided by a seasoned parent peer support provider, and that staff have access to regular clinical consultation around complex family needs. Now, in reality, unless you're in a family-run organization, it is not as likely that you will have access to peer supervision. In most cases, in most states, your certification even requires that you are supervised by a mental health professional as it's defined in your state. A lot of states, that means licensed. Some states, it means it doesn't. Here, it just means that you have to be a master's level person. So we know that as you begin to grow these programs, that parent peer support providers are usually put under the supervision of someone who's been doing clinical supervision for a while. And this is a different type of supervision. It doesn't mean that you can't do it. It doesn't mean that you can't provide effective supervision. You absolutely can. You just have to not approach it as clinical supervision. You have to have that grounding in what they do, what their role is, what their qualifications are, what challenges that they may come up against, so that you are prepared to be able to support them to the best of your ability as a supervisor. There are some fantastic supervisors who have not one bit of lived experience that I would go to on a regular basis. So not having that lived experience doesn't mean that you can't be a good supervisor to this workforce. I just want to be clear about that. This is just best practice, and you can access it different ways. So there's three main types of supervision for this workforce. You have administrative supervision, which is signing off on timesheets and time off and all the HR stuff. You have clinical supervision, which has to do with the clinical aspects of the families that they're working with. And then you have peer supervision, which helps them stay grounded in who they are, in using their lived experience in a professional way, and how to handle when it gets too close to their own experiences. How do they maintain that professionalism? What are their boundaries? So there are those three main. Now, clinical supervisors and peer supervisors, either one of them can do the administrative supervision. That's just a matter of who in your organization is supposed to take care of that. But each of the other two have specific components. Peer, you can see on here, clinical supervision can be administrative or programmatic. It's about skill building, professional development, focus on that work with families, intervention strategies. It's also a great way to ensure that your peer workforce is receiving ongoing information and learning about the clinical aspects of who they're working with. Peer supervision can be administrative, can be programmatic. It's about professional and personal growth, and they focus on strengths and barriers, triggers, solutions, that identity. In peer supervision, you're focusing on the role of the parent professional and working with the family and maintaining what that role is and their identity. They can help prioritize tasks to address the needs of the youth or the family. They can explore how the parent peer support provider is feeling about issues that are faced by the family, and if it triggers anything for them, what supports are available. Sometimes just talking through it with someone who has done similar work can help you establish boundaries and strategies for addressing it. It's also keeping you grounded in your identification as a family member, in your strengths, in reaching family goals, and brainstorming ideas. In clinical consultation, if you're using this type of model, the focus is on the therapeutic issues that are dealing with family. diagnosis and clinical impressions, safety issues, crisis planning, those type of things. The clinical consultant can assist that parent peer support provider in understanding the therapeutic picture and how it relates to what they're seeing, how it relates to goals, how it relates to actions and following through on them, barriers they may run into if someone has a particular clinical picture, and strengths that could also be found there. A clinical consultant can help expand that knowledge around diagnoses, treatment modalities, research, the most cutting edge learning that's out there about particular diagnoses in mental health. So it's good to have both of these things that are happening. And there's lots of ways to structure supervision for this particular workforce. Individual, group, co-supervision, where there's a clinician and a peer who are doing that, or if they work in a team with someone, having the same supervisor for both members of the team, that has worked really well. In my experience, I had a clinical supervisor who supervised both the behavioral specialist and the family support provider that worked as a team in a particular program. He also was the parent of a child with a mental health challenge. So he was navigating that, and he discovered that those things started happening when he was working for us. So we were also able to connect him with a peer support provider from a different program to help him with that. So that's what happens. You open avenues to support your team better. And I saw a renewed commitment to what we were doing in him when that happened, like this new understanding. It was kind of cool to see. And he also was able to get connected quickly to what his child needed. So all these different formats, they have their merits, and it really depends on what your agency approach is and what the need of your program is. Obviously, there will need to be some individual supervision when you're talking about performance issues, or when you're reviewing paperwork, that type of thing. But you could do individual once a month and group once a month. You could do this in a number of different ways. There's ways to operationalize this. You could hire or contract with a clinician if you don't have one. That tends to happen in family-run organizations. They will hire or they will consult with someone. We had an established contract that we only paid for when we used it with a psychiatrist and a psychologist that our team could go to. And when they had a very, very complex family that they were working with, they would also provide professional development and training for us. So that's one way. You can hire clinicians that are also parents with both experience, lived experience, and experience in clinical interventions, or even some of those who have been maybe youth peer support providers when they were younger and have moved on and gotten a master's degree or a PhD. That's what I tended to do. I would hire a parent who also had a master's degree so that I could get both into one supervisor, and that was more cost effective. So it's something to think about. You can provide clinical consultation as a group and peer supervision individually. You can provide your administrative, programmatic, and have that clinical consultation piece in the person that you have there, but connect your parent peer support provider to an affinity group, to a community of practice, to some type of ongoing networking and support group with their peers, where they have a chance to problem solve. You can use internal clinical staff for consultation and then contract with a family-run organization for peer supervision. That happens in a lot of different places. It has been cost effective for a lot of people. Instead of hiring in another individual, another position to maintain, they have done a contract based on hours and had someone who was a seasoned supervisor of this workforce to come in and do regular co-supervision. And it was only on those specific aspects about being a parent peer support provider. Are there any questions about this type of approach? Have you ever heard of peer supervision? This a new concept? This is a career ladder too, by the way. I'm guessing it might be a new. Angela, we have developed a collaborative model. What does that mean? Can you explain that a little bit?
What we've done at New River Valley is developed a collaborative model. Early on, about 6 years ago, I started reading about what the VA system was doing with their peers.
Mhm.
And they made sure that they had individual support for each peer from a peer supervisor. So the person that was over all of the peers in the agency. And then they also made sure that the peer was also getting supervision with their program supervisor. So
Mhm.
you're covering the administrative and the clinical supervision. So that would be individual. And then we also do a group peer supervision, which the peers meet together. And then they receive information about what's going on with the peers in the agency, but then they're also meeting with one another to provide each other support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And when they get together, they share strategies and resources and, you know, activities they've done with families to help skill building. So it can be powerful for them to be in a group like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great way to look at it, to look at other systems and how they have handled peer support.
Mhm. We've grown so much at this point that, and we traditionally we've had adult services. So we have one FSP now, but we're getting ready to hire 2 more. So the plan is to break them out, peers who have like positions, to
Mhm.
break them out, and then I'll have them have supervision with one another. Yeah, as part of that, so that the FSPs can be together. And then the peers that work in crisis can be together, that kind of thing.
Yeah, because they deal with common situations.
Mhm.
That's a great idea. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the thoughtful approach to it. Because this is different. This is not the same as, you know, having people come in for therapy. It's a different workforce. It's a different approach, a different service. So thank you for sharing that part. There is a youth and parent peer support supervisor affinity group that is held by INTAC that I facilitate along with another parent peer support provider and a youth peer support provider supervisor. We're coming to the close of it for this fiscal year, but it's been so popular, we will be doing it into the next fiscal year through INTAC. So if that is something that is of interest, you know, please make sure you sign up for that. Just sign up for the INTAC web newsletter and you'll know when it's happening and what the topics are. But supervisors need those affinity groups as well. They need to be able to support each other and stay grounded in this workforce and what they do in their role and share strategies. Okay, so in supervision, the most important thing that you can do is empower your parent peer support providers to see themselves as experts. Because in first going in, they're going to have lots of self-doubt, a lot of questioning. Are they doing things right? A lot of comparisons, you know, internally or even said out loud with other people's roles in your agency. And they'll hear that from other people around them, you know, not being clear on what they do. So you need to empower them as experts. Start with viewing lived experience as an asset and a type of expertise. It's critical to point out that they already have the skills that are valued by you in the organization. They're just being shaped and they're now in a structure. It's something that they have already done. They're now applying it to different situations. Empower them to see themselves as experts in this field in terms of their experience as a parent, as a family member. They have lived it 24/7, and that is not something that you can learn in a class. It's not something that happens at school. It's 24/7 across every system, across every service, across every support, every setting. Empower them to see themselves as experts because of their experience in navigating the system. They've learned how to work through procedures and processes, and they've made contacts within the system. My parent peer support providers, they knew every back door. They had the numbers of the administrator of juvenile court, their personal cell phone number to call to ask questions. They had made those contacts. They know how to navigate these systems. And everyone that you hire will have a different niche of what they know, and then they'll start sharing it with each other. It becomes pretty powerful. They also should see themselves as experts because of their experience as a consumer of services, as a customer of these different systems. They can provide that customer view that's valuable to system administrators. They will need feedback for continued funding, program improvement and development, expanding programs. I would always make it a practice to go to my teams and say, this is something we're thinking of. How would you think that would look? I'm thinking about, I'm scheduling a meeting with child welfare, and this is my thought. I'm scheduling a meeting with the preschools in this area, this association, about parent peer support for young children. What do you think that would look like? And they come up with some of the best ideas, and they save me a lot of time in trying something when I'm not the one out in the field doing it. So they bring to you this experience as a customer that can help you in so many different ways. Also, they're experts because they have a passion to make change. This is more than a job. Their commitment level is different to the work that they're doing. They tend to be more consistent and persistent to make things better for families and youth. And this passion is overall an asset. It can also be a challenge for some people. You have to channel it. But if you support them, you will get 200% in return. They do not view this as a job, as a paycheck. And that's something to remember. Now, why is it important that you encourage them to see themselves as having expertise and having the skill set that you value? The greatest challenge for them still in the field is the perception of peer professionals. I don't like when they're called paraprofessionals because they're not sort of professionals. They are professionals. They have professional standards. The most common way that you can champion this workforce is to challenge negative perceptions of parent peer support providers, starting with your own team and with your organization. You have to be this champion both in your organization and in the community with other professionals and systems. Because what you will hear is, yeah, they're parents. Yeah, they really can't be professional. And that's what they hear. And they hear it inside your organization and they hear it outside your organization. And they need to hear this over and over. When you started a new job and you were unsure about what you were doing, think about what helped you, what encouraged you the most in becoming more proficient, in being more effective. Was it a person? Can you think back to a supervisor, to a coworker that provided that confidence boost, that reminded you of what you brought to the table? That's what you want to emulate for this group. Really for anybody that works under you, but particularly for this group that's bringing in something very personal and private to the professional field. It's different. So some strategies in supervision and support. There are the different models, which we talked about just a second ago. hiring a peer supervisor, contracting with a family-run organization to provide it, doing co-supervision as a team, so that, and that requires some intentionality, because the peer supervisor and the clinical supervisor need to be on the same page, and they need to be able to be transparent when they disagree in a way that maintains collaboration. How you treat your staff is how they're going to treat families. If they see that you can effectively problem solve and deal with differences of opinion in a way that's constructive, that's what they're going to do. That's the expectation you set. You want to use a developmental approach to supervision. And I'm going to talk more about that in just a minute. That promotes professional growth. It allows for learning from mistakes, and it provides opportunities to use individual strengths, build on individual strengths. You want to offer specific training to supervisors of youth peer support providers and parent peer support providers. And I want to ask a question about that, because it seems like there is a supervision curriculum. Can someone talk to me about what that looks like, and is it a one-time thing?
Those of you who have taken that online supervisor training, if you have thoughts to share about it before I speak to it, that'd be great, because I would like to hear other people's perspectives of it.
I can speak to it a little bit. The thing that I was struck by was how it's very focused on wellness and recovery, both for the supervisor and also for the FSP. And it really forces you, if you're doing your job right, you should be really examining yourself and examining what are my areas that I struggle in, and be transparent. So it really requires that the supervisor be transparent, as well as their FSP that they're supervising. That was one of my main takeaways.
I'm glad to hear that wellness is something that's in there, because that is something when you're hiring in people for their lived experience, and it doesn't stop just because they're doing this professionally. It is an element in supervision that's important that may not be in other types of supervision. I mean, you still want to do check-ins, if people are doing well, are they struggling with anything? But in particular with this group, because they will get close to something that may have traumatized them previously. They thought they dealt with and they haven't quite dealt with, or comes back up. And so it's an important component.
I think I took the supervisor training a couple of years ago. I am a peer supervisor, and I think for the most part, what I liked about the whole training was getting those of us, or those people who are not peers, who don't come from the peer realm, to understand how to supervise a peer. Because we had people in our agency who did not know what to do with a peer. They looked at them in a clinical supervisory role, and it's totally different. So I think it's vitally important to have the person or persons who is going to be over top of any of these programs where peers are integrated in, to have this training to understand, not so much relating to what the peer has went through, but understanding what the peer has went through, because you come from a different lens when you can look at it like that.
Yeah, you are so right. It requires a different approach. And I know I've said this about policies and procedures, but if you use a developmental approach in supervision, period, it benefits everybody. Meeting them where they are and looking at the individuals, looking at their strengths, looking at their challenges, giving them opportunities to make mistakes, to learn from those. Kathy asked if someone can post the link to the supervisor training.
Yes, and I also got that direct message as well. There are 3 documents that I have access to that outline all the details for that training, where it is, how to access it, why you would take it, who would take it, all of those details. I will get that information, those documents over to Liz and Lisa, and they can add that to the resource list that will come out later so that you all have access to that. But it's through the Virginia learning system. And it's an on-demand, take it whenever you're available to take it kind of thing. So it, and there is a piece in there too that also talks about the difference between clinical and professional supervision for peer supporters. So I think that's something else too, it can just reiterate what Millie has been talking about is we need the supervision period, and we also need a specific type. So it kind of talks to that a little bit too.
For those of you that have taken the training, what are some things that you think would be beneficial to add to that or to be ongoing trainings? Because it does sound like a one and done. Raymond just said he took it a couple of years ago. If it's a one and done, I mean, things change, things evolve, and there are different components to drill down into in networking and strategy. So what are some things that you would like to see in a training, either that one or ongoing? What would be helpful to you?
I would like to see more adverse training, especially with this family support partner, because I'm also a Virginia certified trainer, and I let people know all the time, not everyone can be a certified peer. That doesn't mean you can't be a peer. Okay, so you may be in that wheelhouse where you have, you know, certified peers or just peers or what have you, whatever your agency calls them. So I think it's very important that we get refresher courses, you know, on this, because if we're trying to, and that's where I come from, trying to grow a great peer force, you know, and having those people go out and do specific things. Now, we have a set of rules right here that we're going over about what it's going to be, but it's going to look different in different agencies, you know. So we need to, you know, every you know, twice a year, what have you, refresh, you know, what's new going on out there. Because if we don't have trainings like this, we don't know what's new going out there, because we only have it once a year, once every 2 years, you know. So I'll be interested in taking it again whenever it's offered, you know, whenever I have the time, just like Cristy was saying. So I think it's vitally important that we keep it fresh. You know, one thing about that I've learned about any trainings or anything, if it's boring, people don't want to do it. They just don't want to do it. But if it's something that they can have innovative ideas and have a collective thought process on, then people are more apt to do it.
Mm-hmm. You're so right about that. And online trainings can feel stale. Sometimes if you add that and then have interaction to discuss things, that's an effective combination. Are there topics? Are there different aspects of supervising this workforce that you would like to have additional training on? Because we can add those to the parking lot as opportunities that may need to be developed. I'm gonna throw in documentation because that always.
I think for the supervisors that are taking that training who are clinical in their background, just having the permission that you don't have to be the peers therapist or problem solver for them, but that you can expect everyone to help them with their rights and responsibilities as an employee. And so I like that idea of calling it developmental supervision, because that's probably what I would say I've experienced, is you bringing somebody into a corporate professional environment and then helping them to be successful employees in that environment. It doesn't mean that they're not going to need some help and that you're not, you know, your responsibility as a supervisor is to check in on their wellness. So helping them to be able to utilize the resources that your agency brings to all of us as employees, you know, by utilizing it, like we talked about yesterday, FMLA and some of those supports. But I believe that supervisor training really helped start that energy and conversation around what is peer support supervision supposed to look like. So definitely helping a peer with their job role, with their job description, and integrate that into the program they're working in, but also make sure that the supervisor understands their role in helping support them as an employee, and having good boundaries with that.
Yeah, all important points. There was a supervisor in one of the programs that I oversaw that fantastic person. We were launching this idea of a transition support provider. So a young adult, like adult peer support, but for those of transition age, as well as the family support piece. And she wasn't quite sure how to do this. It ended up being more of a therapist. And so supervision time became not about who they were working with, but about what they were struggling with. And everyone else in that office did not see those transition support providers, those family support providers as professionals as a result. They saw them as needing help and being there to receive help as opposed to helping others. They did not hold them to professional standards. I saw people making excuses. Oh, well, you know, they're still learning. And no, they're professionals and you treat them as such, and they will rise to that. And every single one of them did. But this particular supervisor had a hard time with that because at her core, she was a therapist and a fantastic therapist. And she found that that was not the job for her. She wanted to be in therapy. It was where her heart was. And so she ended up transitioning, you know, to another position. But it was, you have to be aware of that sometimes you are that support, but it's about connecting them. It's about checking in on wellness. It's not about addressing their issues like you would in therapy or things that are coming up for them. So it's a very, very important point. Another thing I want to point out is that in this developmental approach and in supervising this workforce, you don't have to have all the answers. Matter of fact, you need to model that for them. Because let's take special education, for example. 80 to 90% of the calls that come into family-run organizations for peer support have to do with the school system. It's the system all of our kids go through. It's where issues start arising. Special education, unless you focus your entire career on that, you're never going to know every bit of that. Tons of resources out there. What a parent peer support provider needs to know is where to find the information. They don't have to know all the answers. They have to know where to find it or to connect to somebody who can. A supervisor needs to model that. If you don't have an answer, say, I'm going to find out. I don't have, you know, it's okay to say that. I had a supervisor who came from another organization where it was not okay. The supervisor was the authority. It was like an expert model, you know, the traditional medical model where we're the experts and we're doing to instead of with. And once she realized that she could say, I don't know, and she wasn't going to be penalized for that, oh my gosh, her team was thriving. She was thriving. You have to model that because that's what they will do with families. So it's another really important approach to think about. What would be some other topics that would be helpful for supervisors in some type of ongoing conversation, affinity group trainings?
If I could just say for a moment, I think one of the things that clinical staff and people who supervise peers that are not peers themselves don't always have a very grounded understanding of recovery and the paths to recovery. And also for FSPs, really, what is it like to have a child with a disability or emotional struggle, or, you know, working with any of those organizations, what it's like to have to humble yourself as a parent. I personally experienced foster care and adopting our son with special needs. So, you know, just being able to talk about what is it like to bear your home to, you know, a worker from the government, and what's it like to, you know, experience being in a courtroom, just all of those things. I think that we could add that for sure to any kind of training for people who supervise peers and family support partners. So any information about AA or NA or Celebrate Recovery should all be covered somehow, so that clinical staff and supervisory staff are aware of those experiences.
Sure.
The family support partner really is so different from the peer recovery model of someone who's recovering from addiction or alcoholism, something like that. It's very, very different from that, because unless the parent is struggling with an addiction, which sometimes they are, you're really supporting them in a different way, I think. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a different service.
Right.
It's not using your experience as someone who has a diagnosis or an addiction in recovery with someone who has a diagnosis. It's your experience caring for someone else who is struggling to another caregiver of someone else. You know, and how, because kids aren't little adults and they're not going to drive themselves to therapy. They're not going to handle Medicaid to find out who's the best pediatrician to go to. Everything has to come through that parent. That's where the change starts. That's where it happens. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I also think that you know, be invested in your peer, whether it's a FSP or a regular peer, because if you're not vested in it, then the person that you're supervising can tell.
Yes.
They can tell if you're just going through the motions. And see, that's to me, that's bad supervision. Mm-hmm. That's me personally. But you know, not saying that you can relate or have to know everything about what's going on, but you got to know a little bit. Mm-hmm. You got to know where the person is coming from, because if they don't feel that they can come to you, guess what? They're going to go to other people outside of you, mm-hmm. and might be getting bummed at the same time. Mm-hmm. You know, so I think having some type of, and I don't know what that looks like, some type of training where we can, you know, at least act like you care, you know, mm-hmm. because I'm telling you, that's a huge thing in peering. Mm-hmm. You know, being able to the relatability. Okay, I don't have a child with a mental disability or a person, but guess what? I need to know as much as I can about that, because that's who I'm supervising, that realm. So
yes. You know, a helpful strategy is if there is a required training for your peer team to go through, see if you can sit through it, audit it, just for a little while, just to hear what they're being taught, you know, the foundations that they're learning, so that you can continue to support that. In FREDLA, in our practice model, we have the opportunity to audit, where supervisors can come and sit in, and they can sit in for all 5 days if they want to, but they don't get a manual, they don't participate, you know, but they have a chance in breaks and afterwards, you know, to talk with the trainer, you know, any questions. And it's been helpful to see just what that looks like. We also try not to have the supervisor audit the training that their staff is in, because we do talk about supervision, and a lot of people bring up, my supervisor doesn't know what I do, you know, or I'm not getting the support I need, and they need to have that safe space to say that. But that's been very helpful. Also taking a piece of what they learn and reviewing it in the supervisor training, so that they see the tools that have been provided to their peer supporters. They hear some of the skill sets that are being taught in that training can really help you as a supervisor to understand and help support the role and the responsibilities that they have.
I was going to ask the question of the whole group, and Robin just put it in the chat. So thank you, Robin, for putting that there. Is this group of supervisors and maybe others or other leaders, well, specifically supervisors, we'll go with that. Are you interested in having a group in Virginia that will bring you together every month or every quarter, whatever it needs to be, to collaborate, like what Robin put in the chat, to collaborate, to talk about challenges, to brainstorm, all those pieces? Oh, I'm seeing, okay. I'm adding that to the list of things to do. I found it very helpful. I'll tell you all that, so we can look at how to set that up, what it'll look like. You'll get emails from me and we'll talk about it, all those pieces. But for the family support partner themselves, we do have a group like that that meets monthly. We meet virtually. Virginia Family Network hosts that group now. It is designed for parent leaders. So the family support partners who are working professionally paid positions, also parent leaders who are volunteering their time professionally, as well as parent representatives for FAPs and CPMTs. We invite all of them to come together, to learn together, to talk, to share all those pieces. We do a lot of training and professional development in that group, and it's at no cost. It's just cost time for folks to attend, you know, because it is part of their, it should be part of their workday and what they do, because it is a form of professional development and support. And so we also have some open discussions where most of the time I'll lead the group alongside Mary Beth. And if there's a hot topic that I'm aware of from the community, the FSP community, we'll open the space up and ask folks to talk. If we don't have anything specific, I'll still open up and say, what do you have going on? What do you have concerns about? What's going really well in your agency? We talk about all of it. So your FSPs are welcome to be a part of that. You can send me their email addresses and I will get them added to the group. And again, we meet for an hour and a half the last Thursday of every month. So there's, it's been going on since January of 2020. So it's a pretty robust group. And right now, the majority of folks who attend are FSPs. So there's a lot of specific discussion around that role. And some of them work in high fidelity wraparound, some of them don't, some of them do both. So we get a lot of different discussion topics on that. And I appreciate that you guys are interested in coming together as supervisors to share with one another. We can replicate that group for supervisors. So that shouldn't be a difficult task to undertake.
That's great. I'm so glad you have a group that's going on like that. It's very helpful. So the last point on this slide is make sure that you're creating pathways for peers to become those peer supervisors. One of the family-run organizations that I think does this beautifully is Allegheny Family Network in Pittsburgh. And they start recognizing those leadership qualities and giving opportunities for people to move up within their organization and to take on new roles based on what they are most interested in, where they excel. And so they can take on all kinds of management roles. They can move into being over programs. They can move into being part of management team. They can move into being, you know, running your CQI processes. There are so many things they can do when you recognize those skills and they bring to it that family perspective, which can only enhance what's going on, which is why we got into this work, right? Help youth and families. So they should be informing us what's working and what's not working. So think about them and that career ladder. And it does take time to do. It takes time to build that. But from the beginning, say, we're not just going to keep them pigeonholed here. There are other things they can do, and it may take a couple of years to get, but you can do it. So I'm going to do a quick time check because we have, what, an hour and a half left, I think. We have these 3 areas to cover: the developmental approach, We've got some scenarios that I want to spend at least 25 minutes on in groups, and then we get into special circumstances. So I think now would be, do you want to take a break, or do you want to dive in and then start raising hands when you want to take a break? Because we probably have an hour and a half's worth of material. I love the discussion though. Let's keep that going. That's what we need. So break, not break. Break. Okay. Can we do a 10-minute break instead of a 15? Would people be cool with that? Okay. Let's take that break, and then when we come back, we're gonna go into these 3 main areas and then that developmental approach. I know I just messed up Liz and Lisa's countdown. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We'll make it work.
I got it.
Thank you. See you guys in 10 minutes. Right. I hope I gave everybody enough time to do what you need to do in between. Okay, so let's talk about these three main areas. For this workforce, this is what supervisors mainly need to work in these three areas: family work, performance, and professional growth. So family work, which a lot of people call casework. I encourage you, because words matter, language matter, to refer to families as families and not cases, because it does change kind of your mindset when you're using words that are more family driven. In family work, there are some basics. What you are doing is you are addressing the needs of the enrolled youth and families. You are reviewing priorities for tasks and activities with those youth and families, getting updates on progress toward goals in the plan, or things that are popping up that include progress and then are also challenges. So you're addressing barriers related to accomplishing goals. When you are addressing barriers, that's something that you could do individually or in group. I found that it's helpful sometimes to have a complex situation that's discussed in group with your other team members to look at it from different angles, to share resources, to share strategies and approaches. But that's mainly what you're focusing on. Also, you're looking at documentation. You're making sure that this team member's documentation is reflective of what they're doing with the family, that it's appropriate, that it's timely, that it's being done, that it's being kept up with. And it's a good idea to include in that documentation any of the data that may be happening. You know, are they updating? I would ask my team to make sure once a month that they went in and updated the different areas in our EHR around school stuff. So attendance, behavior, grades, around medications, around connections for services, the different fields that we had. Just once a month when you're doing your paperwork, just kind of go through, are there updates in those? Most of them did it as it happened. You know, if there was a change in medication, we would put it in there. If there was a change in therapist, case manager, they would put it in there. But they, you know, at least once a month before I checked it, they needed to make sure that they were updated. So some things that you can do in terms of the family work part of supervision is, first of all, be proactive. Let your team know what your expectations are. Establish that environment where they can come to you. You know, if you have an open door policy, if you have a way that you communicate best, you know, communication channels, make sure that is set up, that there's coaching available for any complex systems or situations and issues that come up, that they know that you're there to help them problem solve. Make sure that there is training that is set up for them to understand some of the situations that they'll be dealing with, some of the complex pictures clinically. So be proactive. Make sure that you're establishing an environment for learning, because mistakes are going to happen. It's going to happen initially. Hopefully they're not big ones. You can catch them early, but sometimes there will be big ones. And people need to understand that they'll be held to a professional standard for that. But they'll also have the opportunity to use it as a learning experience. Be willing to adjust your approaches and your processes to fit those unique situations that are encountered by a peer workforce. For example, mandated reporting. That's a big one. In most other programs, organization, If there is, we're mandated reporters, so suspicion of neglect or abuse, you report it. So you report it and then you go on about your business. With peer work, because it's a peer-to-peer relationship, it's a little different. Some of the things that they would run across, for example, having more people living in the apartment than should be there, and it's a lease violation that puts that family at risk of losing their housing if anyone found out. It's not really on the peer to report that. That's not really their job. Now, their job is to say, here's some of the things that could happen if we don't address this. Can I help you address it? But it's on the family's choice, but you don't report that. Mandated reporting, if there's a suspicion of abuse or neglect, the policy that I operated under was that, first of all, you need to call and talk to me about what's happening as your supervisor. Let's go through that. If it doesn't put the child in danger, then we need to tell the family we're making this report. And we need to let them know we'll be with them every step of the way. Here's what you can expect. Here's what's going to happen next. Do you want me there? Do you not want me there? Do you want to make this call? What are some things that we can go ahead and think about putting in place to prevent this from happening again, or to make sure your child's safe? Now, there obviously, if the parent is the one that's an abuse situation, you're not going to tell the parent you're making a request. Making a report. But setting up the policy that we address this differently, that we're going to support the family overall, even if that means we make a report and we help walk them through it. You may get fired. I'm telling the family that it happens. It happened to me. But in most cases, you're able to maintain a rapport, and they appreciate that, and they appreciate the ongoing support, that you don't just drop them or write them off because of something that's happened. So that's an example of making sure that you're ready to deal with unique situations that are going to run across. You want to supervise and mentor and coach parent-peer support providers as they implement those skills. It's going to take a minute to get into the groove of documentation. It's going to take a minute to decide and figure out what time management strategies work best for each person, how they like to be approached. Are they good with constructive criticism? If not, let's talk about how we can provide that feedback in a way that they hear it, that type of thing. Train and train and train again. It should be built into your program as something that's an expectation. Example, ethics is something that you should train on initially, and you should also do that at listening. Not because this group is unethical, not because they're not professionals, but because the situations they run into change. It's something new, it's a different approach, and because, again, they're getting into this because they're passionate and they want to help. What they tend to do is they lean more toward being more over-involved as opposed to under-involved, and you want to keep them in that zone of helpfulness. Not too much, not doing for, but doing with. So that's an area that you want to talk with them about regularly. There is an ethics workbook for parent-peer support providers that was developed under the Technical Assistance Network by FREDLA, and it is available for free to use. It's tons of scenarios. It's a great training tool. It's included in your list of resources. There's a link to it. Feel free to download it. Feel free to take pieces of it and use it. And it breaks down the three main areas of ethical situations with this work group, which is with families, in the workplace, and with community members and partners. So that's a good tool to use. Any questions about that before I talk about performance? Before I go into performance, another thing about this, what documentation are you keeping as a supervisor when you're talking about family? Do you have a template you use? Are you coming up with next steps and a way to document that so you can come back to it the next time you meet with them? Does anybody have a template or a process that they use in supervising the work that's going on with youth and families?
I started out having conversations with my peer staff based on what I remember from the supervisor training as there are like 4 pillars of peer work. So we just make sure that we continue to have ongoing conversations about wellness, advocacy, mentoring, education. What was the other one? Ethics.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that tends to be the focal topic of conversation for peer supports, along with other things, but I tend to document those areas when we have conversations in those areas. I started with a template before COVID, and then when that happened, I keep notes in a notebook now.
Yeah. Everybody has their own way of doing it. You know, from a very simple document where you talk about a family and here's the next steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, and make sure those are accomplished for the next time we meet, to having like a check-in at the top, like a thermometer about wellness. How are you doing today? Anything stressing you out, and being able to keep up with that, to having a rating scale that goes into annual performance evaluations, because when you do those, you only really remember the last 3 months. And so that's usually what people end up getting scored on. And, you know, that's either good or bad. Allegheny Family Network, who I mentioned before, has this amazing template that covers every aspect of supervision that, and they have it built into their EHR, in the HR part of it, that they, HR meaning human resources, not health record. It has a component of that. That they can go through, and they don't have to use it every section every time, but it has the professional development, it has the performance, it has the family work, it has the wellness check. You know, it can be an overwhelming document when you see it, but it truly does reflect what you do with this workforce. It's a really cool document. So you can go from the most simple to the most complex, but document it. You have to document it. I would always have my supervision notes. We would both sign it, and then a copy was made and it was given to them. And my team would use it as a checklist. They would come back and they'd write down challenges. Also with this, you know, with supervision, make sure you have that open door, but it's also structured. Supervision doesn't occur in hallways. Tips, strategies, crises come up. But what you want is them for their own time management and for them to work on their own problem solving skills. You want them to have a list. You want them to come to supervision prepared to talk about certain things and to prepare for an opportunity to talk about those things when they have your full attention. I had a staff person that had a Millie list, and because we were running in different directions all the time. And so I had a Brenda list and she had a Millie list, and a lot of times the same things are on it, but that's what we would come together with, of the things that we need to talk about. So make sure that you are keeping up with your documentation as a supervisor, for good and for bad, which brings us to performance. Again, lived experience doesn't stop. People come to this work from a variety of employment experiences and background that are usually not mental health. So some of the basics are set your expectations, those tangible job tasks that need to be accomplished. Your expectations around administrative items, how they handle flexing their time. How are they documenting their schedules? How do you know where they are? Both as a monitoring thing, not micromanaging, but also as a safety thing, because they're out working in the community and go into some interesting situations. How are you documenting their performance evaluation, set expectations for that. I'm going to occasionally accompany you, just to kind of see how things are going. Or, a couple of times a month, I will randomly call up a family and just say, hey, I'm such and such a supervisor. I want to see how things are going. Just let them know what you're going to be looking at in terms of performance. Be transparent with that and how it's going to be evaluated, how it will be rated, and how they will have input into that. Documentation and accountability. Make sure that you are providing feedback regularly, how you're going to be observing things. And it's not just what they write down, but how they're interacting with others, giving them the opportunity for special projects and leadership, and being able to observe that and make sure that you're documenting that. You also want to make sure you're setting your expectations around documentation. Again, a tickler list, a cheat sheet about when deadlines are, when things are expected. 72 hours to get your progress notes in. Some people have a 24-hour limit. That can be kind of difficult for this workforce. Time management is something that takes time to learn when you are learning to do your documentation, particularly when it's not the favorite part of your job. How you're going to hold them accountable to that is also something. What is the system for checking on that? And what are the consequences for not following through? Not just for them, but how it impacts their team, the program, and the agency. Because stepping into a peer support role is a whole lot different than having a friendship. In this case, if you make a bad choice, if you lend money to someone that you're working with in this professional capacity, that has implications for your program and your organization. There was a peer support provider before we had electronic records, and we kept them handwritten, who was in a car accident and had all of her files in her trunk. They were all over the interstate because her car was totaled. First, are you okay? But several families, confidential information was strewn across the interstate, and everyone had to give in a lockbox. She wasn't using her lockbox. It all would have been within that one thing. There are consequences for breaking confidentiality. So, set those expectations and remind people of those things. Let's see, observing and documentation of supervision, just talked about that. Disciplinary actions. So yes, you can write up parent peer support providers. I can't believe when people ask me that. They're a parent, I can't write them up. Yes, you can. This is a job. If they don't show up on time, that's a problem. They don't get their documentation in, that's a performance issue. Hold them to professional standards. I guarantee you they will rise to that. They will exceed that. But you have to have the standards for them as professionals. And that means that there will be times where there will be consequences. They need to know what that looks like. Performance improvement plans are very important for this workforce to give them that opportunity to recognize what they did and be able to learn a new way of handling situations and practicing those skills. Performance improvement plans should also be very clearly laid out with a time frame and make sure that you're checking back in. It's important in disciplinary actions that they're progressive, which are what most organizations do. We're going to talk about it in supervision, then I'm going to document it in supervision, then there's a formal write-up, then there may be, a suspension all the way up to termination. What does that progression look like? Does everybody have something like that in their organization? Okay. Or does it go straight to termination? Do you share that documentation with the person? They sign off on it. They have a place to have their input, their perspective. Okay, catch it early. Catch it early. And don't treat everything as a learning opportunity, really. That's part of that developmental approach. You want to reframe these things as opportunities for growth and reflection. Think of it that way, because you have a workforce who's coming in, and if you think about it, it's pretty complex. You're asking them to share things that normally would not be shared in a workplace, and to use that with somebody else, to be very public about it in a very new setting. Who've never done documentation before, they're going to screw up. It's going to happen. We all would. Anytime you start a new job. So it's opportunities for growth and reflection. When you're addressing performance issues, of course, it should always be based on behaviors, not on the characteristics of a person. How many people have supervised people that they could definitely be really good friends with? Like you just click. You know you have. You've probably also supervised people that you really don't like. I mean, just on a personal level, not that they're not doing a good job, not that they're not clicking with other people, but you may not click with them. You know, something about that rubs you the wrong way. That's not a reason to write them up. You know, if they're doing their job and they're doing their job well, we all will work with people that aren't our favorite, or, you know, I have a mother-in-law syndrome. I respect what my mother-in-law did in raising my wonderful husband. She's not my friend. You know, we don't necessarily get along all the time. So remember that you're basing this on behaviors. Convey performance issues as soon as you see them. And when you're first addressing a performance issue, make sure you say what you notice and what you'd like to see instead. If you think about when you're raising your kid and you say, okay, I need you to be good today. What is good? What does that look like? What does that mean? You know, I mean that today I do not bite anybody. You know, do not say those words that mommy says when she stubs her toe. You know, I mean, you have to be very specific about what you want to see. If they are not getting their documentation on time, for example, this is what I expect. I expect that they're in within 72 hours. I expect that they follow the outline that we were trained on. You know, we can go through that again. Anytime you want to go through it, I'm happy to help with that. You know, make sure you're throwing in those support things. What I need to see is that you're following that outline. What I need to see is, and be very, very specific about that, so that there's a replacement behavior there. And make sure you document. Any questions about that? Any challenges in dealing with performance? I don't have the chat up, so I don't know if there's anything in here.
I'll share my thought about this because this was something too that was kind of touchy subject in the beginning when we first started doing this work, and like, you know, how do you hold people accountable in this role? What does it look like? All those pieces. And it eventually came to me that if you don't hold your family support partners to the same expectations that the rest of the workforce has based on your policies and procedures and requirements and expectations of the program, you're really doing us a disservice because you're categorizing us as something else, not that professional member of the agency. We are employees. We are expected to follow the rules. We're expected to do all of these pieces. And so having that process can really help us grow into that. And it can also be an avenue to determine if our values are still in alignment. As an individual, as a worker, as the agency, like, are we all on the same page still? And I also found that doing a performance improvement plan was one of the best things I could have ever done for one of my FSPs. She had the skills and the knowledge to be a fabulous FSP. The administrative side was not her strength, but she had to develop those skills in order to continue following the job requirements. And so we did that. That was the PIP that we did. And she followed through because the PIP also gave her action steps and expectations as well as me as the supervisor. So we had to hold each other accountable. We became a great team, and she learned excellent skills, and she was a well-rounded FSP after that. It was a beautiful thing. So it can definitely be a benefit if you get to that situation where folks are struggling with something. Consider that and see if that's a way to help them through. And then if that doesn't work, then, you know, have that further conversation. But I would say don't discard us in that we don't need to be written up or we're just parents, but then also give us the opportunity to develop those skills because we may not have them
yet. Absolutely. I see a question, can the Allegheny template be shared? I do have permission to share that through the practice model, and I'm sure that they would be fine with me doing that, but I want to double check before I do. So if I am able to share that with you, I will make sure that you get a copy of that. They're pretty open. We send lots of people to AFN for strategy talks and how they set things up. They have parent-peer support in every system, all kinds of ways. So professional growth. This is a key piece for this workforce, again, because they're coming into something that they are having to use personal information in a professional way, in a way they've never done it before. You're hiring for value, skills can be taught. So there needs to be a plan for professional development. Build it into your budgets, build it into their time, build in those opportunities. There should be a way for you to assess their training needs. There's the global things that everybody should go through, but then there may be some specific ones for individuals that are important. For example, I had a staff person who was absolutely fantastic in person, particularly with young people, and he just would rock anything that you put him out in the community to do. His documentation was horrendous. I mean, when he actually got it done, it was awful. Spelling, grammar, just complete sentences and all of that. I would have to say, what did you mean here? And so we would talk about it. We did training on it, ended up connecting him with a local community college. And we used our funds for him to go through a writing class as part of his professional development. And it worked. Timeliness, we still worked on that because nobody wants to do documentation. But he was able to use that as a professional development and be able to use that in all sorts of areas of his life. So thinking about what training needs are and that they could be very specific to people. As you're doing that, assess their strengths and build on that. If someone is really good at sharing their experience and sharing their story for a purpose, let them train other people. Or if they are very good at breaking down concepts for a family, they might be a really good trainer. They might be the person that you want to have on a policymaking group or running a support group. Look at where their strengths are, where their passions are, and build on them. You want to make sure you're tracking that professional development training log, any certificates they get, scan those in to your some type of record, make a copy, put it in the personnel file. They're going to lose them. It's going to happen. They're going to call you a couple of years later and say, do you have a copy of, particularly if they're going for certification. So find some way. I would have people every 6 months, they would have turn in their log to me, have their hours so you can make sure they keep up with certification. There are particular areas that you want to repeat. Boundaries, not because they don't have good boundaries, but because of the passion. This is part of, keeping that passion channeled in the right way. So boundaries, enabling versus empowering, documentation, assertive advocacy instead of being aggressive, self-care. Those are the things that you'll have to repeat in new ways on the regular. Developmental approach. It is exactly what it sounds like. You view supervision as the process by which this person grows professionally. I like that Cristy used the term professional supervision, because that's what it is. You are helping them grow into the professional that they can be. They may be new to the professional mental health world. They're going to need opportunities to learn. There's going to be lots of things that they don't know are incorrect. I had a staff person who was horrible at typing. It took forever for them to put their stuff in, and they were behind on their documentation. One day, their teenage child was with them, who could fly across the keyboard, and she had her putting in her notes. That's a big no-no. Confidentiality. It was not our Medicaid program, so we weren't going to be fined on it and everything, but it was huge. And it was big enough that she ended up being suspended for a day because she had received training on it. And while I understood the need to get it done, she was under pressure to get it done, that was not the way to do it. So they need to understand when things are incorrect, but they may not always realize. She didn't realize that was because she trusted her daughter. Her daughter wasn't going to share the information she was reading, but she didn't have the right to that information. So it's your job to help them identify these things and to coach them to improve performance and to grow as a professional. This is probably one of my favorite graphics to use in any kind of training. This is how you learn. You don't know that you're getting something wrong. Then you realize, oh, that's not the right way to do this. Then you practice getting it right, but you have to keep practicing it until it is the way you do it. It's like breaking a bad habit. You have to get it right without thinking about it, and that takes time. So that's why you have to reframe those performance issues as opportunities for growth and reflection. You need to handle any of those situations as an opportunity, as a chance for them to implement something new or to improve on something that they've been doing. Any questions about that? There's a lot more. There's like 10 keys to this whole developmental approach, but that's in our supervisor training, our practice model stuff. It's just helping people, meeting them where they are, just like you want them to do. So we've talked about a lot, and so now we're going to have you practice them. In the chat box, we'll have a link that's put in there with some scenarios. There are 3 scenarios for you to review and to respond to in breakout sessions. What we want you to do is go through each of these, there are 3, and discuss how you would approach it. Answer the question that's in that scenario. We aren't gonna, ask for people to report out necessarily, but when we get back to the main Zoom, I am going to ask how people dealt with them, and ask for someone to chime up with this is how we did it. Take about, I'm thinking each one about, let's take 25 minutes on this. Do you think that's enough, Cristy, for those 25? Okay, so it's in the chat now, so download that. And I want to say that these are real life things that happen, and of course they're supposed to challenge you, so it's not your everyday thing, but it is something you'll run across. So let's do our breakout groups and then come back in 25 minutes.
Great. I'm going to open those rooms now, and it will automatically send folks there.
Thank you.
I had to switch from my phone back to my laptop. I had technical issues, so I guess that's why I'm not in a group.
Okay, give me one moment to see how it's evening out. And I will send you to a room.
Thank you.
I'm going to send you to room 4.
Okay. Thank you.
I think Cristy will plan to close the rooms at 12:40.
Yes. Sounds good.
Good. Was just making sure my math was.
Yeah. I have to write it down.
I wrote it down. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Totally clicked the wrong button.
Did you leave the whole meeting?
I knew she did. Yep. And she came back in as FREDLA. That's how you know. Also, other than the fact that I had to let her in, but that made me laugh. I was like, oh, she clicked the button too fast.
Yeah.
It happens to us all. Happens to us all.
So Liz, I just sent you a message about the barrier crimes thing. That document that she has, that file has all the information that I have on my desk, and I don't have it concise like that.
Okay.
So she put it in there. Let's put it in the resources list, because those are going to be questions and people will have answers.
Okay. I will go back up and grab that right now.
Thank you. I just looked it over and I'm like, where did this come from? Why don't I have it? So now I do.
We're trying to find something.
Yes, because I got bits and pieces of documents here and there, but I don't know if she put that together or somebody else put it together, but it is all in one place. It is beautiful. So I'll make that announcement too, that we're going to share that.
I'm gonna email real quick, AFN, and see if I can share this.
Hi, Pam.
Hello. I came out of the breakout room because I hope they open up and talk, but they weren't even opening their video. So I don't know.
Which room were you in?
It was with Harrisonburg, Rockingham, somebody from Harrisonburg, Rockingham, Donna Andrus from Fredericks. She's from Spotsylvania, Rappahannock area.
Room 5. Room 5. Yep.
Okay, so room 5 is going to answer the question first. I'm going to say so. Room 5, what'd you do?
And then the other person I didn't know, Mackenzie Wright.
She's actually a youth support partner from Blue Ridge.
Well, I will say this, just in their defense, Sherry Diven just left, Sherry Ball. So there's only like really 2 supervisors then in that group. If they've got a YSP in there. I can understand why the YSP would not want to talk.
Yeah. And I think she's the only peer supporter that's not in a supervisory role that's in this training that I'm aware of.
Well, we did advertise it as supervisors, leadership. And I was really glad to see the involvement of Norfolk, because Sarah is the executive director of the Norfolk CSB. So Sarah Fuller, she left a little while ago, but she's the one that had all the questions about the positions and the hardship with, making them work in their robust program and with the county and having the funds.
I appreciated her passion about it, because it sounds like she really wants to make it work long term.
And it's great to see that from an executive director.
Totally.
Yeah. And I was keeping track of, like, yesterday we had 3 other executive directors, but they didn't stay for the whole training, but they stayed for part, like Mount Rogers was there. Trying to think, Hanover.
Hanover.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Even if they only stayed for a little bit.
Right. Right. Yeah, but Sarah, I think she was there all day yesterday, I think, and then most of today. I mean, she left about halfway through, but that's pretty good for an executive director. Plus Norfolk, because they tend to be a CSB that struggles for whatever reason. I mean, like, yeah. And I'm just now starting to learn about all that because I'm trying to develop a monitoring plan. I'm now get to do auditing as well as contracting and fiscal and program. And
oh my gosh.
Well, at least you know what the contract's supposed to be. It should make the monitoring a little bit easier.
well, that's what I'm trying to develop the monitoring plan is from the contract.
That's how it's set up here. If you're over the contract, you're also the monitor.
Mhm.
It's always kind of been, which
It's just crazy though, how they're making everyone, I will tell you just confidentially, all this is making me think
so
very,
you're being recorded.
oh, okay. All right. So I won't say it. But anyway, I'm thinking about my future more. I'll say that.
We'll cut this part out. I was just about to say that.
I'm sure that you will. I'm sure that won't be on there, but it'll be recorded for somebody.
Uh-huh.
I'm always just careful about that. I did want to ask though, Pam, do you think this is helpful? Are we hitting on the areas that you were seeing from your perspective need to be hit on?
Yes, I think so. And I was actually very enthused about the response to do a collaborative, like affinity group. I mean, I think that speaks to right there to the fact that they're getting information that they can use and they want more. So that I think is fabulous.
Yeah, I will say a lot of the things that they're talking about, we can address in the practice model.
Yeah, I was actually kind of thinking about that. I mean, I didn't want to say, I mean, I sort of wanted to say, yes, we're going to be working on this other thing that's coming soon, the train the trainer thing. Yeah.
That's what crossed my mind when they were saying that. I was like, hey, isn't that part of what the practice model does? So yeah. I was in a meeting on Tuesday with the peer recovery specialist group that I'm a part of, and I made the announcement that this training was happening and they're, trying to get the FSP role clarified for our CSBs and whatever. And one of the ladies who is a peer recovery specialist that runs a program at a CSB, she mentioned later, she's like, and I think we need to have the same thing Cristy's doing for our peer recovery specialists. I'm like, yep, everybody needs this. So trying to figure out that part too of what's next.
Yeah. There's a lot what's next. I mean, then you think about the youth piece too. And that's another whole thing we need to build.
That one's a little bit closer to your recovery specialist because it's the consumer to consumer.
Right.
But where they are and the different roles they fill, I mean, they may be a peer supporter within a school. The school they go to, they're a peer mentor or, and they age out of doing this work.
Yeah.
So make sure that you are looking at their career ladder and that they can become a peer recovery specialist.
Right. I was just thinking they could move into that role.
And into a family support one.
Well, that's true. Yeah. If they have children, which many of them will.
Yeah. One of the things that Ohio did is we worked on certification for all 3, building those manuals. I don't know where my pen just went. building those manuals at the same time so that there would be connections.
Mhm.
There would be some standardization so that people could move through levels as their lives changed.
Mhm.
So it's something to think about.
Yeah. I guess though, like I was just thinking, if they move from a youth role than a peer role, I mean, their children might not necessarily have mental health issues. So there's that different side of, I sort of feel like I fit in that role. And I mean, I have family members with mental health issues and just to be honest, I think a lot of people do. You just don't know about it.
It's true.
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel that way with substance use too. Substance use is so alcohol abuse is so prevalent.
Mhm.
And I think it's a lot more in people's families than people just don't talk about it. But I think if you look far enough in people's families, you will find it.
Mhm.
So,
That's why I love the idea of subspecialties, within adult peer support and family support. Because, for example, autism. If you have a child who is somewhere on the spectrum, every single child is different. And there is, at the federal level, they still are separating the funding for that. So you end up having to navigate a different funding system at least. But you
right.
in subspecialty, those trainings and those connections, the IDDD population, same thing.
Yeah, and we haven't done a good job of that either. And, we tend to silo all this, but in families, it's not siloed. Like even in mental health, rarely do you, or substance use, like many times, the substance abusers have mental health issues,
Mhm.
and they're medicating for those issues,
Pam, I don't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to check in with Steve and Mark. If you're hearing my voice right now, this is Liz with the Virginia Tech Richmond Center. You are in the main room and we are currently in breakout rooms. So if you need assistance joining a breakout room, please let me know and I'm happy to help.
Sorry, I got kicked out and I had to restart my computer and join from the phone. So
Okay.
I don't know how much time is even left in the break room, but
A good point.
10 minutes.
We have about 11 minutes.
Yeah, that.
I can just hang tight or whatever. I'm sorry about that. I had to restart all my stuff and
It's okay,
not-
Steve. I actually accidentally left instead of leaving a breakout room. I left the whole thing.
oh, okay. Well,
I feel you.
that happened.
Steve, I'm happy to send you to a breakout room if you'd like, or you can remain here in the main room.
I'll just hang out here.
Okay.
Thank you, though. I was muting myself and
you're welcome to join our dirty laundry discussion if you like.
oh.
Steve, do you have the scenarios that they're talking about though, so that when everybody comes back when we start talking about them? Were you able to get those before you got kicked out?
Were they in the chat or is it?
It was a link in the chat.
Yeah, then I have access to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Lisa just added it again, just in case.
Okay, great. I'm gonna take a look at that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your discussion.
That's okay. But that brings us back to that whole thing, Cristy, we've talked about with, shoot, I'm blanking on her name now. The lady that works with Alethea. No.
Yes.
Yeah. No, who's the other one?
Mary?
Mary, yes. About the adult, child and
Yeah,
that,
yes.
there's so many roles, so many different family members that could be served.
Yes.
In this peer role.
And that's what my project is with Office of Recovery Services for this recovery community organization to expand it across Virginia, is the family support partners that'll be working with me in that project are focused on the adult family member so
Right.
that we can figure that out how do we get them connected? And then eventually, how is that funded? And like, what does the work look like?
Right.
Because it is such a specialty.
Well, you know what Mary Beth was telling me too, which I thought was very strange. In the new system of care announcement that went out from SAMHSA, this was with not system of care, it was the other one, the statewide family network one. She was saying, I haven't had time to like look at that, but she was saying that they wanted families, they were defining the family member as one that was actively parenting a child with active issues.
Mhm.
And I'm like, that's a lot to ask of a family run organization, that you're only going to work with those types of family. Like, I was like, I don't know, because it's just like what we were talking about. Like if your child is actively having issues, you're not going to be able to do that role. You might have to step away, you know what I mean, for a while. So I just thought that was strange. I don't know if she was interpreting it the right way or the wrong way, or that you would exclude families that have had experience, but now their child is doing okay, but they still have that experience.
You mean in terms of service delivery?
Yeah, like
The statewide family networks are supposed to offer opportunities. They don't necessarily do direct service, although they do some advocacy, one-on-one things short term. But I know that one of the things we've advocated for nationally is the definition of family-run organization, that you should be able to have someone on your board to meet that criteria, whose children are older, that you have navigated systems with, because you don't have time to be on a board actively in a way that you should be.
That's my whole point. Yeah. I don't know. She was really, she wasn't sure they were going to be able to apply, because she didn't feel like they were fitting the bill anymore. I mean, because they've gotten very restrictive about.
They're trying some stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah. So then she was trying to decide, should they go for the other one? There was the consumer network one.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more competitive because they don't give as many of those out. I believe I think they were only going to give 6 versus 13 for the statewide family network. But I also told her if she would partner with you, Cristy.
Yeah.
Not like you need another thing to do.
I'm working on addressing that. Yeah. Needing a little extra support over here.
Yep. I got to remember, I was going to try to save the chat. I saved it yesterday, so I could go back and look at it.
Cristy, do you feel like you're getting a list of topics for future
Absolutely.
work discussion?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I put them on the parking lot to capture them all. And also, Millie, earlier in the day when Sarah was having difficulty with her audio, I was working with her through chat to, get the question and whatever that she had. You referenced for me to put something on the parking lot that you would offer to the information or a document or something for us. And I didn't capture what it was. I just made a note that you told me to write something on the parking lot from the
myself out.
from the Jamboard. It was during Jamboard discussion.
I'm looking at that right now, right after that, she was talking about, they were talking about barrier crimes too. I don't know if it had to do with that, but.
Or funding. Did it have something? Because that was Sarah's topic, was the funding piece and long-term sustainability.
That once our new infographic is released, which will be at the Institute, then I'll make sure that you get that. That's what it was.
Got it. I'm going to put that on here. Thank you.
It sounds like, well, yeah. Just need more funds and better rates for FSPs would be good.
And also, Pam, it makes me wonder with Norfolk's situation. So they have Step Virginia money, that's been helpful, but what she was describing, it sounds like they've got more stuff going on than what that money was able to support. And so I'm curious if she's aware of the CSA side of things.
Well, actually, Steve is from Norfolk, I believe. I don't know if he's listening. But.
I am from Norfolk.
Yeah, do y'all use CSA to reimburse for family support partners, or have you thought about that?
We haven't done family support partners yet.
Okay.
We have other peers in play. And we do get CSA funding for other services, or have received it. I think her thing is just, if the state wants this to be done, they've got to put something behind it. Because I mean, just something being a good idea and a nice thing to do. I mean, that only goes but so far.
Yeah, it's like it'll get you started. And that's, I think, what the intent was. And then what's next? So I think that's, Norfolk is not alone in that. There's a lot of areas that are great. We can get this going, but then what do we do? And so CSA can be an option for additional funding to support the position, but that's not either going to be the end all be all. Medicaid could be a piece of it. Like, there's piecemeals.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be a set, like the, funding stream that will be consistent from one source. It'll eventually, ongoing, it'll probably be multiple areas.
And I think we mentioned, or somewhat, I think we did mention this when we were talking about, but the more you can get families to advocate for this service, like to the legislators, that's the way we're going to get state funds. More state funds.
I haven't looked up what
really
the rates are.
Yeah, the rate too, raising the rate.
Yeah, I assume it's low, because most rates for most things are pretty low.
Yeah, it is.
All right, Cristy and Millie, I'm going to go ahead and close the breakout rooms because they'll have a 60-second countdown to come back.
But I'll talk to Sarah about the CSA stuff.
So
right.
Looking that we've got 20 minutes left and we still need to do special circumstances. So I'm probably going to breeze a little bit over the scenarios. I don't think we have a chance to go into them the way we planned.
Okay.
Which means I don't need to call out the group top. So
right.
All right, all the rooms are now closed.
thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I think that I underestimated our time. We only have about 20 minutes left, and I do want to respect your time and make sure that we get to some of these other things. So rather than going through each one of the scenarios, I want to find out how these resonated with you, and did you feel comfortable problem solving? Did you use anything we talked about in covering those scenarios? Was it helpful? Is everything going down? Anything that just jumped out at you from your discussion that you think are good strategies that would be good for everybody to know?
This is Carla. Our group used something that we learned in this training. I think it was scenario number 3, where we identify each team member's role. I closed my scenario, so I can't see what it is, but
Management team meeting.
yeah, that one, that we identified what each person's role was and the importance of that, like on a chart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will tell you, that's a scenario that happened to me. That one right there. The way that I handled it in that management team was, you know what, you're right, we are all a team and we all do need to pitch in. So I'll develop a sign-in sheet and everyone can sign up for the time that they're going to cover the folks. So it's everybody, clinician, supervisor, peer support provider. If we're all a team, we're all going to pitch in because we all have other jobs that we need to be doing. And that sort of shut that down. We ended up hiring a temp to cover that so people could do their own roles. So you have to be a champion within your organization for equity, for recognizing what the roles everyone plays and that they are a critical part of what is being provided to families.
I think a huge part of all of this, in all the scenarios, is educating and educating and educating, because we have to continue to educate those around us. Because, and even us, because some of us, we don't know where we fit in. I was sharing in our breakout, that old adage of get in where you fit in. I no longer use that. I use go where I belong, because getting in where I fit in, I have to change and contort and squeeze in based on somebody else's perception. So, I think that the educational piece in every scenario is easy to just say, you know what, I would love to sweep that floor, and I can, but so can everybody else. I don't mind being a gopher, but I'm not a gopher. So.
Yeah, as part of a team, especially in nonprofits, because let me tell you, I make my own copies. I do everything, and so I'm not going to ask somebody to do something I'm not willing to do myself. So that's something to think about as a team. If everyone's pitching in, as a director within the organization, I'm happy to wipe off the tables after our potluck, but I'm right next to another director doing the same thing, as well as someone who is usually out in the field working with families. I mean, it is a team approach. So in the interest of time, we need to move to the next slide. Let's talk about special circumstances. There are a couple of things that are going to be commonplace that you're going to run across. The first one is you will have former recipients of services that you hire in. It's a great place to recruit. There are things that you need to consider about that. One of the scenarios was about that, that someone coming in as a parent peer, so as an employee instead of a service recipient, has to change their mindset, as well as everyone that's worked with them has to change their mindset to seeing this person as an employee, as part of their team, and not as a customer coming in. So you have to have that conversation. What's that going to be like for you? now as an employee. And you need to talk with your other supervisors, program folks, and say, this person's here in a professional capacity now. Do you have any challenges with that, any concerns with that? And be able to address that. You will have, in some areas, you will have those who are still, their kids are still receiving services and they're hired in. Some people, some organizations will have, you can't be hired until you're done. And that is, if they're receiving services from the program you're hiring them into, that makes sense. But if they're receiving, their child's receiving therapy, and this is a parent peer support provider program, there's no reason why they would need to take their child out of therapy for them to get this job. And so you just have to think, be considerate of their ongoing needs and your confidentiality, separation of home and work. And seriously, it's just a discussion. It's a discussion, and it's thinking ahead of time how you would deal with that. I have had team members whose children began to have issues, and they met the criteria for the program in which they work. And I've had experiences where we've been able to do that, and we worked it out and we enrolled them. And they received parent peer support provider services themselves from someone who was not on their team, because we had several different programs, so we were able to do that. I've had some situations where it did not work out, where they wanted to talk about what was going on with their child and get services while they were on the clock. And that didn't happen. You had to be off the clock in order to have those conversations. And so it's just a matter of thinking ahead of time, talking with those who've received services before and say, what would that look like if we were to hire someone in, and being prepared. Youth parent peer support and parent peer support providers working within the same family. This may also happen with adult peer supports working with family peer support. So you have someone who has their own peer that they're working with for their recovery, but they have another peer they're working with as a caregiver to caregiver type service. The thing that works the best in this situation is seeing themselves as a team, because this provides an opportunity to model what good communication looks like, what handling different approaches look like. They should have some time where they are receiving supervision together as a team. If they are, whether it's a conversation once a month, their supervisors should be talking if they're in different programs. You should be touching base. This is one of those situations where, particularly youth and parent, because if you're there in the capacity of a peer to a youth, how often do teenagers and their parents get along? I mean, you got the whole push and pull about independence, and priorities are different. And so to be the true peer and advocate for the youth, and to be a true peer and advocate for the parent, means that sometimes you're heading in different directions, but it gives you an opportunity to say, this is a way to work it out and we can model that. It really is about the teamwork that you have to set up within your organization, and that you have to set up as a process. There are some other ways that you can work that out, and we're actually working with Youth Move National on putting some guidance out around this, and we've done some other trainings around this. There is, at our institute coming up, there is an organization that has adult, youth, and parent peer support within the same organization, and they're going to share some of their processes and procedures on how that works and having them as a team. And it's the Parent Support Network of Rhode Island that's doing that. So there will be some resources put out from that. Another thing, and I feel like I'm rushing through this, but I want to get to the barrier crimes. So if there are additional questions, please put them in the chat, and we can parking lot them, or we can try to address them. Generational differences within the office. This will happen. You are going to have supervisors that are younger than your parent peer support particularly if you hire in grandparents, and you should hire in grandparents. People that are older and their supervisor is someone who took the route of school, of college, of getting a master's or a PhD, as opposed to, starting to raise their family early. That's going to happen. Also having a supervisor that may not be a parent, who's likely a clinician and doesn't have those experiences. So you're going to have differences, both generational and experiential, that are going to happen. And you have to recognize that everyone brings something to the table. At one point, I supervised someone, I have a master's in clinical psychology, but I supervised someone who had a PhD and who was licensed. I'm not licensed. Just had a lot of other things that they had accomplished, which were fantastic. But I was her supervisor, and she was going to be making more money than me. And so I had a conversation with my supervisor. I'm like, no, wait a second. If I'm her supervisor, why? And so we had a conversation about, making sure you're valuing people for what they've accomplished, for, and it's about roles. It's about, this is the role that you play. This is the role that they play. They were doing some things that required a license in that program. And, there was a reason why we were hiring in this particular person, who also was a parent. And so that was a learning point for me in recognizing roles. One of the things I've always said to all my team members is no one is better than anybody else. We just have different responsibilities in what we do and within roles. You will also have this in, particularly if you hire in youth. There are things that my young adults say that I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not on Snapchat. Yes, I now have a TikTok account, but it's only because we were required to do some things we're doing. There are just different terms, different approaches that the younger generation will take that we need to understand and educate ourselves on, and vice versa. They need to understand the value of the experience that someone older has had. And again, we all have something to bring to the table, but you have to reiterate that every time you have new people coming in. It's important to do that. There are those that social media is the way that they talk with each other, particularly young adults. But as a professional, you can't friend them on certain things. You cannot interact with them as a friend on social media platforms. And that may be difficult to understand because it's how they communicate. My oldest child has said, I really, everything that we do, every communication isn't face-to-face. And of course, living through COVID, that's even worse. But everything is done, all communications. We're going to forget how we talk to each other. And I think she's right. But that is the way people communicate. So you need to make sure that you're looking at communication styles that can happen by text. And how do you document that? You need to make sure that you have a social media policy and train on that and remind people of that. So being aware of those generational and experiential differences and thinking them through will give you a good foundation in how you're setting up your program. Again, bring in a young person, bring in a parent to ask them from their perspective, what would that look like? That's important. Okay, big topic. And I see we only have 5 minutes to go. If you guys can hang in with us for 10 to 15 minutes, I promise it'll be worth it. Background checks and barrier crimes. This is huge for the lived experience workforce. Absolutely huge. You are hiring people because of what they've been through and to use it with other people. So of course, you're going to have people who have these barrier crimes, who have a past. There are some non-negotiables. If you're on a sex offender registry, no. If you've been convicted of a crime against a child, violence, that is something that is a non-negotiable. But if you were convicted and were in prison for a time for buying and selling drugs, and you've been clean and you're not involved in it for 10 years, you're going to have parents who have addictions. You're going to have family members within the family you're working with who are struggling with addiction. You will have people who are working, you'll be working with people who have been in prison, who have been through courts. You want that experience. What you have to look at, and I'm so glad that Virginia has the employer doing the background check and not through the credentialing process, because that's a checkbox usually in the certification, and it just throws people out that would be excellent in this role. What you need to think about is where can you use them. I had one of the best peer support providers I ever worked with. She had spent time in jail, had a background of addiction, and I could not hire her into a program that was funded by child welfare, but I could for a grant-funded program that worked in juvenile justice, which she had also done with her kids. So I was able to hire her, but not use her on certain funding streams. Think about that when you're hiring people in. Where do they fit? Don't just check them off. Talk with them about their experience. Don't make it such an uncomfortable situation for them to check that box that says they've been convicted of a felony. You know, it's a conversation. You're hiring people for lived experience. Don't penalize them for that. Don't pass up on someone who could be the one who makes such a positive impact on so many families' lives in your organization. That's just absolutely critical. Now, Cristy, talk about barrier crimes.
Mm-hmm. So in Virginia, I referenced earlier on when this topic came up, we have the most extensive list in the nation of barrier crimes that could potentially prohibit someone from being employed specifically at a CSB and other locations, but for today's purpose, the CSB. There's also a screenable process now for specific barrier crimes that you can consider someone to hire into your CSB, family support partner, and peer recovery specialist programs that even though they have this conviction on their record, they could potentially still be hired. And there's a process for that. So I'm not going to go through all the specific barrier crimes that I have listed on the following slides. I'll just point out to you what those slides are saying to you and that you guys can look at them in more detail afterwards. There is a link in the chat that gives you these slides specifically. They're separate from the slide deck that Millie provided. And you will also get the resource that Jody Jackson put in the chat earlier on has all of this information and all the details in one concise document. It is beautiful. I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it and take a look at that. So Millie, if you go to the next slide, I'll just point out what's on these slides is the barrier crime itself, the title of it, and then the Virginia code that's referencing that particular crime and whether or not it's screenable. So for the first one, the reckless endangerment, any charge for that particular crime is screenable. Someone could look into this further and determine based on some criteria if this person can be hired. The next one, hazing of a student, if they are charged with a misdemeanor for this crime, then they can be screened to potentially be hired. And so that's how, if you'll scroll through, Millie, that's how these are laid out. And I tried to pull them out so they're easier to look at so that you can look up the codes to look at these in more detail. And again, that document that will come out in the resources list has the screenable process in place if you don't already have it, but it's there in one file for you. So I will definitely thank Jody for that the next time I speak with her for providing that. So these are, we talked earlier, if you've got a barrier crime, I can't hire you. I think that was the case years ago, and we have in recent years addressed this for the peer support provider so that there is a process that even though folks have this lived experience, they can still be employed as a peer. And like Millie was saying, this is a this is something that you do want, because those are the folks that we're probably going to be connecting with that are currently dealing with this stuff. And so if you've got a peer supporter, a family support partner, especially if the kiddo is going through these things, and so that individual, maybe they've gone through it and they can maybe reach that young person to help them maybe not have these records, or if they do have some time in the juvenile justice system, helping them navigate and helping the parents understand what that looks like, how to get through it, and what, supporting them emotionally, because that's some pretty tough stuff to go through. So again, feel free to look at this. It'll be in the resource list. And if you have further questions, you can reach out to me. I'm happy to help you, or I will direct you to the folks at DBHDS who are handling the screenable barrier crimes process and all those details. So if you have anything further, feel free to let me know.
Thank you. This is an area that needs further discussion in every single state. So I encourage you to educate and advocate for this. And I know that we are at time, excuse me. So our parting thoughts here, just for you to remember that this is more than a job for your peer staff. It really is a passion. And so I encourage you to feed the passion. Training, involvement, strategic planning, opportunities to grow, channel the passion with appropriate supervision, setting up that supportive workplace environment, and then value the passion that's brought. Fair wages and policies, respect for the role and the expertise, a member of your team. So please channel the passion, feed the passion, value the passion. You'll also have our contact information. There's information on accessing INTAC. After this, I put in the chat box the link for FREDLA's Peer Support Institute. If you're interested in that, I will make sure that you get information for the System of Care Summit coming up. That's free of charge. That could be of great help to you. And I hate that we're out of time because we wanted to go through the parking lot. But if there's anything on the parking lot that we can provide resources for, Cristy and I will go through that to make sure. Thank you for hanging in with us for 2 days. I hope that this has been helpful. Know that we stand ready to continue to support you in implementing this extremely critical service. It needs to be a standard part of every service array. So any final words from anyone before we, again, release you into the wild as we did yesterday? The final question, okay. Thank you very much for being present, and Cristy, a pleasure as always to co-present with you. I look forward, I'll always read the evaluation, so I look forward to seeing how we can continue to improve and what works well for you. So thank you.
Thanks, Cristy and Millie. Great training. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.